So welcome to a soggy Saturday in Nottingham. As you will see, we have moved inside because of absolute torrential rain outside on the outside courts at the tennis centre here in Nottingham. So that means all the matches, looks like today, will be played indoors on the court number 2. And the first that we'll bring you today, and Bob Ballard, by the way, good morning to you, will be a men's singles semi-final between the world number 2, Alfie Hewitt, and the world number 4, Puente. We'll also have some doubles for you later on today. Here's my co-conspirator. How are you?
Very well, thank you. How are you doing today? Minus the rain, obviously.
Yes, indeed. And a completely different dynamic today. Just to speculate before we came on to commentary about the dimensions of the court, which obviously the court length is exactly the same, but when you've got the centre court, for example, outside as we've had for the first 4 days, bit more runoff, a bit more, and obviously you feel a bit more isolated. Here we have 4 courts, and we're all fairly close together. So for Alfie Hewitt's game, where he likes to use pretty much every inch of the court, is it going to have much, is it going to impede his game much?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say too much. I think they're so used to playing indoors as well. They, like you say, they understand the dimensions of the court. They might have to adjust it a little bit. That high ball might be a little bit more effective, but I can't say I think it'll make too much difference to either player.
In terms of head-to-heads, not surprisingly, Alfie has got the better of their exchanges by 14-1. But what might be fairly indicative is that one of the most recent encounters, Barcelona Open earlier this year, though it was on clay, on hard, Martin did win in straight sets, 6-4, 7-6. The most recent encounter was the Wimbledon semi-final, after going through 6-3, 6-2, and just give them another boost, if you like, in terms of the stats. In terms of their 13 encounters on hard court so far, Alfie has won all of them. He has only ever dropped 2 sets. The first encounter was 11 years ago. And Anna, when you think Martin is 24 now, he would have been 13 then, and Alfie would have been 14. So they've known each other for quite a long time as friends, but also on the court as well.
I know, it's scary to think that they're still so young. I think they've been around for such a long time, and like I say, 24 and 25 years old respectively. It just shows their vast experience and success that they've had in the sport.
Just carrying over maybe from yesterday's doubles, we know that Alfie's working on quite a few things in lieu of the US Open, just a few weeks away. How much of an improvement did you see between the singles match we saw 2 days ago and the doubles yesterday?
Quite a bit. I think the serve he'd mentioned, I think when he was talking to you, you said he was really working on that serve, and I think yesterday it just looked like it came together a little bit more. Just felt maybe the rhythm was a little bit better. He's getting a little bit more pop off the court, a few more free points, and I'm sure he's going to be looking to do that today as well. Probably the indoor conditions as well will help. It has been pretty blustery outside, so that doesn't help with the ball toss.
And Puente had his highest ever ranking, world number 4, achieved a couple of weeks ago, and it's off the back of a good performance at Wimbledon, making the semi-finals. So plenty of chances for him to, well, if he could, 2 wins over Alfie Hewitt in 3 matches would be a great achievement, to say, considering they haven't hitherto beaten him until the Barcelona Open. Hewitt's 7 Grand Slam titles. The only one he doesn't have in his locker is Wimbledon. And, he's very much hopeful of doing that in 11 months' time. Of course, there is that US Open, and this year the Australian Open achieved back at the beginning of the year. Right-hander against right-hander, so no lefty-right combination this time. And of course, Alfie wants to think about 2 matches in a day again. He played 2 doubles matches yesterday. He's got a singles match and a doubles match today as well.
I'm sure he won't mind. He's young and athletic, got plenty of energy, and you saw yesterday he actually got better and better as the day went on. The more tennis they play, the more they get into it, find their rhythm.
Yeah, I'll be looking to partner again Gordon Reed later on today. I think Puente also made the final of the doubles. We haven't actually got the draw for that, so speculate on that, but so we'll see Gordon Reed and Alfie Hewitt back on court, on this very court, later on today. There are matches taking place either side, as you can hear from the noise. Action on court 1, court 3 and court 4 at the moment. The forecast, I'm afraid, for the outside courts today, as there will not be any play. It has been raining overnight, raining very heavily as we came into the courts today. So that means all the action we will see. A lot of noise from Andrew Penny on the uncourt one. He's getting quite excited at the prospect, I think, of maybe winning the second set there. The up-and-coming junior wheelchair players. And I think we are just about ready for the off. They've had their warm-up. Alfie Hewitt will be, well, they're both wearing bluish tops. Light blue for Alfie Hewitt, top of your picture. And De La Puente will be the receiver for the opening game of the men's singles semi-final between Alfie Hewitt and Martin De La Puente. Not a bad way to start. Ace from the off.
Come out of the blocks pretty quickly, hasn't he, Alfie Hewitt?
Well, if there is such a thing as a perfect service game, that was pretty much it.
Yeah, 2 aces, 2 forehand, well, 1 forehand winner, 1 backhand winner. Couldn't have asked for a better start.
Yeah, off and running can sometimes be a slow starter. We saw that in his quarterfinal match. Took a while to get going. Well, he's carried the momentum from that doubles yesterday into the singles today. And as a pretty much perfect start to his semi-final campaign to make that final on Sunday.
Being ultra aggressive today, isn't he? I think that's the plan right out the door. Really looking to dominate, get the first strike in.
But that's what De La Puente has, the passing shot. Use it to great effect.
silky, wasn't it? Delicate touch.
Well, the passing shot followed by the drop shot over the net. Quick though he is, and he's one of the quickest players on the circuit. Alfie Hewitt could not quite get there.
That's the tough thing about playing indoors, so the ball will come across the court at inopportune moments. Just had a bit of a pause between the first and second serve.
So what we don't have today is the wind. That will not be a factor in this or any other match during the course of the day. So conditions, apart from balls coming from adjoining courts, will always be pretty much the same. But you're right. A few stray balls might just come into the path of both players here at some point. Terrific depth on that return. Right to the baseline and pretty much jammed De La Puente up.
Took time away, didn't he, as well? We've spoken a little bit about the different ways you can attack that time. He just took it early, took the time away from De La Puente. That was close, wasn't it? Right idea again. He's on the prowl on these second serves.
Too many beans from the number 2 there. A lot of positive intent, a lot of aggressive intent, but that was way beyond baseline this time. First ace of the match for De La Puente.
Always nice to get the first service game on the board, especially with the pressure that Hewitt was putting him under. Had a break point opportunity, couldn't quite take it.
So game apiece to start the semi-final.
Giving him a taste of his own medicine there, wasn't he? Charging in, especially when conditions are like this. Obviously, no wind or sun or anything to deal with. A lot easier to be aggressive out there.
Hewitt serve under pressure after a great first opening service game. This is proving to be far more problematic. 3 very good points put together by Puente. Put Hewitt in trouble. Still 2 break points against the Hewitt serve. But you know what? The obvious shot there was a cross court. Instead, he took the decision to go behind the server. And very effective that was.
Impressive stuff there, wasn't it, from De La Puente? I think a tricky game to hold on to his serve. He really just went up a notch there, but aggression increased, the intensity. And that's always something that he brings to the court, isn't it? That's why I love watching him. He's so explosive and athletic, and we really saw that in that game. He was on the back foot from the very first point.
And how important, all right, it was on clay, is that he's finally got a win against Arfield after all this time.
When you have a losing record like he had, was it 12-0 before he got that victory on the clay courts, you sort of, you get the monkey off your back, don't you? There's a sense of relief, and you know, I'm sure he believed before that he could beat him. He has the weapons, but until you actually do it, he's now just got the confidence. Maybe he's a little bit freer, and I'm sure he'll want to avenge that fairly comfortable defeat just a few weeks ago at Wimbledon.
So he's reached a career high number 4 in the world. The other semi-final, by the way, will be on the adjoining court. We'll try and keep tabs on that as well as we go along. The semi-final on the adjoining court.
Seeing that a lot already from both players. They're really looking to take the second serves on early. First serve's going to be crucial here. I think a lot of it will come down to who can get the highest percentage of first serves in. You can see there how much difference it makes. Jams him up.
Body serve, very effective. Yeah, was out. Just overcooked it. I know he's looking back at the chair, but I'm in a quite good position to see that. It was just wide.
I think they called it good, actually.
They called it good. Okay.
De La Puente, that's why he was...
I thought it was wide, got to be honest.
It was very close.
His coach is right in line with it as well.
Don't think he agreed with the call from the umpire.
quite wild.
Thankfully the ball girl was tucking down and the photographer just to the side of that net post.
Well, that's a double. First of the match. Second of the match. Oh, brilliant. That's a trademark Alfie Hewitt return of serve. And however quickly you are in that chair, trying to catapult yourself across the court, try and get on the end of that one. Absolutely impossible. So, immediate break back. Serve broken. Puente's serve broken. 2-all first set. Well, matching fire with fire. Well, that's great return of serve. There's one for the Spaniard. Yeah, I like that. He liked that. More to the point, the coach liked it too.
I always quite like sitting next to the coaches or being able to see their reactions as well. You can just see how into it and the emotions that they go through as well. Not only the players, at least they can do something about the match. The coaches just sort of have to sit here and watch, don't they, and support as best they can.
Match. Nerves there might be in this game. Might just been calmed a little bit by that.
Been a ferocious start, hasn't it, from both players. Winners flowing by my count and make that 11 winners in total from both players. 6 on the Alfie Hewitt side, 5 on the Della Puente.
We're only in game number 5.
So you've got to love a bit of indoor tennis. The winners are free flowing off the racket. Just switching the plan and the line of attack. Very effective from Alfie Hewitt. Just trying to dig himself out of a little bit of a hole here. Doesn't want back-to-back service breaks. Bit of a fist bump, bit of vocal dexterity from the world number 2, British number 1. And he gets his nose back in front. We'll be happy to have secured that service game.
at 3 games to 2. And also we talk about US Open. We're first weekend of August, 3 weekends time. US Open gets underway, and in a month's time it'll be right in the middle of the action as well.
I know, it all comes around so quickly, doesn't it? Especially when you go from the clay court straight into the grass, then straight here, and then straight into the American swing. It's just such a busy period of time for all the players. Physically demanding, mentally challenging, changing surface, changing continent. It really isn't easy.
Yeah, also in the space of not just continents, but surfaces as well. Go clay to go to grass. Then you get the hard court season, which we're very much in now with Nottingham. And the preparation in between this, going to the States in about 3 weeks' time, where he'll be expecting to make the final. Of course, he's in the US Open several times now, so it's an environment he likes, but he's also got the Japanese at #1, who's gunning for him, as he was at Wimbledon just a few weeks ago.
I think Puente's going to have to maybe change where he aims a little bit on that second serve. There's been a few too many that have just been in the slot of Alfie Hewitt. He's maybe looked to hit the body a little bit more.
And maybe play down the backhand wing, which is not as strong.
It is tricky though when you are going for that body service. There's such fine margins. You just don't quite get it swinging into the hip. It just goes in the slot, and these guys are so good. Again here, see what he does. He's going to mix it up. There's the pressure though that the Alfie Hewitt return puts on De La Puente. Feels like he has to go for a little bit more, go for more depth, closer to the line, forcing the double fault.
And that's where you get a rapier-like forehand return.
Into double figures. Now Alfie Hewitt already 5 games down, 10 winners has come off the racket of the Brit.
2 break points for a 4-2 lead. And he gets it. Yeah. Not the greatest service game from the Spaniard after a very good one to open up with. And it comes down, does it, not to Hewitt reading the serve really well now?
I think so. I think it's a little bit of a mixture of, he's obviously just really got his eye, and I think sometimes you just see the ball like a football, don't you? And at the moment it seems like he's got that on the return, but De La Puente's got to try and up that first serve percentage a little bit more. You were talking a little bit in the intro about the run back as well being a little bit shorter, and there was a prime example. Normally on the outside court you'd have maybe an extra metre or so. That was really pushing him into the curtain. Couldn't do anything about that.
5-1 2-punch. Making the oracle for Alfie Hewitt.
You see it time and time again from players, don't you? That out wide serve followed up by that, well, potentially the forehand or the backhand into the open space, and even though you know it's coming, there is literally nothing that you can do about it.
Game's just gone off the boil. No, what's he not happy with?
I think the umpire didn't call a let, and I think it's a pretty clear and obvious one, but great sportsmanship from Alfie. He is replaying the point.
Oh, side spin on that. Just took it away from the receiver.
Just saw the opposite, didn't we, on the deuce side? We saw the serve out wide and then the slice forehand down the line. Now we've seen the first serve and then the backhand slice down the line. He can do it off pretty much any shot.
2 points for 5-2. That's more like it. That's kind of what we've been waiting to see. We did see it early in the match. He was doing that a couple of times on the Hewitt serve last time, or the time before, but it needs to be a bit more consistent. Oh, just caught the line. As well as it just dropped on the side of the line, right under the umpire's nose, so she wasn't going to miss it. And Alfie Hewitt up by 5-2. He's intrigued by what's happening on the adjoining court.
Not sure there's enough space for him to squeeze past the ball girl and the photographer, but luckily it was a short point.
I'm sure he's intrigued to know who potentially his next opponent might be. Is it going to be Joe against Alfie again, as it so often is? It's Charlie against Hernandez on the court 3 here. Piece, but Hernandez already had quite a topple out of the chair. Joe's just collided with the lines judge at the back of the court. That's the problem with the confines here. There really is nowhere to go, is there? Nowhere to step away unless you want to go through the curtain.
No, you did say that the lines judges at the back of the court needed hazard pay, and on these indoor courts has proven you right.
Back to this one, 5-2, or 2-5 on the record of De La Puente.
Hewitt making his move here again. Wants to get this set done and dusted. I'd love to be opening the serving in the second set.
I'd love to keep this match short, with the doubles to come later. Women's doubles to come in between times. That was beautiful. Do you know what? We talk about how he bludgeons. We talk about how expansive he can be, but he also has a lovely touch. That was a guide.
Yeah, he does. He just has every shot in the book, doesn't he? Maybe we don't see it quite as often as someone like a Gordon Reed, for example. He relies a little bit more on the touch, but I think that's something that Alfie's really developed in his game. He's always had the power, but has he been able to, like you say, add that touch, add that variety?
Backhand cross court. Invariably a winner, and it is this time. So 2 set points. Put everything into that first serve, and did result. The outcome he wanted. Of course, the other thing you're in danger of doing here is hitting the roof.
I've done a fair few of those in my lifetime, I'd say. Tended to not be off the middle of the racket, but yeah, like you say, it's just another factor for them to contend with.
Back to deuce. Set point number 3. Well, he went for broke, didn't he, on that second serve?
He's pretty much had to, though, hasn't he, to keep Alfie on the back foot, because we've seen so many times in this opening set he's just been prowling forward on those returns. That is double number 4. What a shot there from Alfie, always moving away from him. That's one of the few that he's kind of either been static on or moving backwards, isn't it? I think he's a little bit frustrated with himself. He probably feels like this first set should have been put to bed in this game.
Well, we've gone advantage points both away. We've had set points for Hewitt. Now we've got advantage point for De La Puente.
That's the return he was looking for the whole time, wasn't it?
Surely he'll be jumping all over the second serve. And indeed he did.
Absolutely right. This time he got it right, didn't he? Missed a couple of previous backhand returns on the deuce side. He made no mistake with that.
So, blink of an eye, we've gone for advantage De La Puente to advantage Hewitt for a 6-2 first set. Questioning the call, questioning maybe the depth of the shot. It's Hewitt.
Must have felt good off the racket though, really. Just missed by maybe an inch.
Over them now again. So, the end of the first set, here are the stats.
Very impressive stuff, wasn't it, from Alfie Hewitt? Really just came out of the blocks. Goes to the wall, didn't he? Really, really good stuff. The return, he was so good on as well. You look at the winners, 19 winners in that opening set. He was just pretty dominant. De La Puente just felt like he was just having to hang on. I think this is a real step up from the performance that we saw yesterday. He always said that he's looking to improve and do things better, and I think if you're in the Hewitt camp today, you're pretty pleased with that opening set, aren't you?
I think so. There were obviously a few things he'd love to improve upon, but shot selection for the most part was pretty good. He had one drop of his serve, but came back all guns blazing after that. And just look at his hard court record for 2023, only 2 defeats. I know the hard court season doesn't go all year, but 22 wins, 2 defeats.
You can see why when he plays on the surface, it just really suits his game. quicker surface helps him be more aggressive. It gets a bit more pop on the ball, go through the court quicker. The winner count's obviously higher as well. It's a little bit slower outdoors, and I have to say it really suits his game. Can he keep the level up though in this second set?
6-2, first one pouched.
First double fault for Hewitt.
Yeah, put it into an area where he can't retrieve it.
Needs more points like that though, doesn't he? They've just been a bit too few and far between. And all credit goes to Alfie. He's the one who's been able to dictate the points, whether it's been on the serve or the return.
Bit of early trouble here. Now for you, second set. After seeing off that first set, 6-2. Well, the arm's a bit tight, by the way he's gesticulating there. 6-2. Relatively comfortable first set, but already under big pressure opening service game. Love 40.
Can be tough. They played such a high level and high intensity first set in order to be able to maintain it. There's always tends to be a little bit of a drop off. It's just how quickly he can get back to that intensity.
So, first blood in the second set goes to the Spaniard. We give break to 15 of the Britain serve. So a quick glance across to the adjoining court. Look of Gerard's off to a flyer, 4-1 up against Hernandez, first set. There's just a little bit of venom in that shot.
I think that 20 winners off the Alfie Hewitt racket today so far.
Yeah, every time he's drawn him out wide, invariably he's won the point. held his serve once in that first set.
I think if you look at the first set as well, I wouldn't even say that De La Puente served that badly, would you? He's got a decent percentage of first serves in. I think it was just due to the fantastic returning of Hewitt. He was just so aggressive, whether it be the first or the second serve. He was looking to be on the attack from the first strike.
Beautifully set up point again by Hewitt. Got Puente twisting and turning in that wheelchair. So 1-1. India break back by the #1 seed. They are now 5-1 up in the adjoining court per set. Went long. It was long. Yeah, it was long.
I think the serve was out. I don't think either player heard, but it was definitely long. Second serve here.
So effective, and it's right back of the chair. Not much you can do about it, apart from try and recoil, try and get that racket on, but you can never control it in that position.
No, you can't. De La Puente's coach is just to the left of us. He's going bananas at his player down the far end of the court. Not happy with what he's seeing out there.
You'll be happy with that. You can hear the round of applause to accompany that as well.
One thing you do know about De La Puente, though, he's never going to give up no matter what the score is. He's always going to have that fire. So good at showing that positive outward emotion.
Put a big alley in the background there, because that's Big Joe winning the first set. No, I wasn't able to get to that, although he tried.
It's been smart when he's used that drop shot. He hasn't used it too often today, just a couple of times, but every time he has, it's been the right moment.
Nicely done. Very nicely constructed point. Beautiful execution right at the end. And gives him a sniff of the second break in this set.
Nice little applause from Alfie Hewitt. Great pass cross court, again setting up a breakpoint opportunity.
Oh, but you can't counteract that.
Third ace of the day for the Brit. And what a time to get it.
Second double. Fourth double. I'm losing track of things here. Fourth double. I was the main statistician, you can tell, in this commentary team, can't you?
Got my pen and paper out. Very technological here, aren't we, in the commentary box?
Yes. Fingers and toes next. Well, that came off the frame of the racket, you heard that.
Took a big cut at the ball, didn't he? But it just didn't come out of the frame, or the middle rather. It came out of the frame too much. Again, his coach just gesticulating. I think he wanted him to hit with a little bit more height, a little bit more shape. I think
to juice. Again, he's got a chance to edge in front in the second set. Took the opening service game and got his broken, but got the advantage point for a 2-1 lead here. The game, certainly service-wise, is not quite firing. Yes. Bit of a fist bump, bit of a come on.
we don't just quite get enough pace and depth on that one down the middle. Hewitt's got enough time to get on that forehand, and this time chose to go back behind. Normally goes into the space.
0.421. Never really sure about that when players get excited, other players' mistakes. If you get a winner, comes off your racket, great.
Yeah, and I know what you mean, but I guess that was kind of a forcing error, wasn't it? And it was a big point. He was under a lot of pressure in that game. So you can understand that release of emotions as well, and That's just what Alfie does, isn't it? He's very demonstrative on the court. That's why we love watching him so much. He's so passionate out there, and he's able to engage the crowd. Obviously, I know there aren't people down courtside, but, well, apart from De La Puente's coach, obviously, but that's just the way he chooses to express himself, and it's worked for him over the years, and you know, I do quite like to see it, I have to say, as long as it's not disrespectful to the opponent, obviously.
I love the fact he's not trying to see his eye line. He's actually, he knows his coach is there, he knows he's right behind us, but he's actually not looking up at him.
No, I know. We've all done that though, haven't we? When the coach obviously isn't happy, we always try and avoid the gaze and pretend like we can't see or hear them.
Couldn't avoid it that time. Had to come back to the baseline. Looks up.
Maybe we'll get some earplugs or something.
Anyway, it is still going with serve, 2 breaks, but we are back on serve. 2-1, new balls. Looks back. You got a good look at that, Anna. Right on your line there.
Well, I don't know. Well, I think I'm going to sit on the fence so the kind of balcony was a little bit in the way, but it did look a fraction more long than in, but it was very, very close. Could have been called either way, but...
That could be an ace.
No, called it long as well.
Definitely is wide of the single tram line, so 15.
How's your Spanish?
It's okay. Un poquito.
Un poquito.
Un poquito español. The body language tells you anything you need to know without needing to know the language.
Very true.
30 all. Backhand not working.
I think the coach's frustration is just building and building. A few too many errors coming off the De La Puente racket for his liking.
Another break point for Hewitt to go 3-1 up. He's only actually served out once in the service game so far. He's not going to do it here. That's a trademark forehand cross court from Alfie Hewitt. And now De La Puente is staring down the barrel. 1-3 down, already a set down. Having conceded the first 6-2. And whilst it's not 100% vintage Alfie Hewitt yet, he's getting the job done. And he's picking up the big points when he needs to.
Just playing smart tennis as well. Not really going for too many lines. Just playing really solid tennis. Wish we had a camera on the coach. He's really entertaining up here.
Yeah. Coach Cam. That'd be great.
I think we should get those.
A bit cranky with himself now. Back in the chair with the racket.
You can understand the frustration though, can't you? Those are the balls that he normally doesn't miss.
Three game points for 4-1. Right on the line.
Needs more of those, doesn't he? 10th winner from De La Puente.
Find at least 2 more of those to take it potentially into a 3-2 situation. No, halfway up the net. Not to be this time, not through lack of trying. But this is things that he's trying right now, just not coming off. Lead extends to 3 games now. Hewitt 4, De La Puente 1. And the problem has been the De La Puente serve.
It has just the one hole to the Spaniard today so far. Just really hasn't been able to hang with Hewitt, has he? Just needs to maybe change things up a little bit of what he's doing on the serve. He's just given Hewitt far too many looks, especially on the backhand side. It's been deadly with that return. The winners have been flying off the racket, but even in the rallies as well, there's just been too many errors. I think he's just played a little bit too flat as well out here. I know we're in an indoor court and it probably calls for that a little bit, but there's got to be a little bit more variety. It's far too much in the strike zone of the Brit.
On the adjoining court, court 3, a bit of a fight back. Fernandez at the moment, having conceded the first set fairly quickly to Gerard. He's actually 2-1 up. He's on serve there at the moment. So what's it to love to the Belgian? Now at the moment. Alfie can't negotiate around the ball girl and the cameraman, so he's got to wait for the end of this point.
Like a traffic light system, isn't it? Waiting for the green man.
In this case, the black and orange man. the far end of the court to complete that point, and now he can move into position to receive. 2 games away potentially here from another final in Nottingham. Well, we haven't had too many long rallies in this match, maybe one of the longest of them. And Hewitt getting the better. A nice short drop shot. Bounce before Puente could get to it. First blood to Hewitt in game number 6. Well, you knew he'd be all over that second serve, and so he was.
Wants that double break, doesn't he? Wants that cushion.
Just down a reach. Just starting to play some of his best tennis at a time when De La Puente does not want to see it. Love 40. Nicely done. Nicely done. Haven't employed that very often. In fact, that's probably the first time he's done it in the match.
Hasn't had too many opportunities, has he? There's only been a couple of occasions that Alfie Hewitt's ventured to the net.
Just waiting for De La Puente to make his move, which way the chair was going. Just puts the ball in the other direction. Just make sure it's in court. It is, and that will give him another game against the De La Puente serve. So I'm afraid that service statistic is not going to be very impressive for the Spaniard today. He's broken Hewitt, of course, but he's only held on to his own serve once in the match. 6-2, 5-1. Hewitt serving once he gets the secondary ball back for a place in the final. Go on, statistician, how many is that now?
Leveled it up with De La Puente at 5 apiece. Pretty much the only stat that they are level on. Watch the stats at the end of the match and I'll have got it horribly wrong.
I think, well, I'm counting on you, I'm relying on you. Totally believing everything you're telling me today. Just can't put the best parts of his game together today, can he?
Really hasn't been able to get anything going on the returning games. Unfortunately, he hasn't either on the service games. It's been a tough day at the office for De La Puente.
Ace for Rafi, which is 4.
Yep.
There you go. I got it right for a change. Aces 2, 1. Yeah. Brings up 2 match points. Not sure who's got the answer to that question, to be honest. How many times?
I wonder if he's saying that when it's on match point, maybe double fault. I don't know, because he hasn't served too badly today. I know it's been 6 double faults, but still, obviously something that he's not happy with. That's the perfectionist in him.
Still got match point. Hewitt's turn to get a little cranky with himself. Couple of match points. Double fault he didn't enjoy. That's a last shot which went well over the baseline. So he's going to have to do it all over again. Set himself up for another one. And we get another one.
Bit of a gift, wasn't it? Been a few of those today for Rafi Hewitt. I'm sure he'll appreciate them.
Well, you'll always take 3 points, won't you? Yeah, your opponent wants to give you points for free. No, thank you very much.
They're my favourite kind.
Less work for me. Match point number 3. Not going to happen this time either.
Absolutely agree, Alfie. It's the right shot. He needs to just go big down the middle of the court, get himself back in to the rally.
Wow, chance for a breakdown. This match is not quite done yet. He has had 3 chances to conclude it, not taken any of them. Now De La Puente has a chance once again to break the Hewitt serve and stay in this match for a little longer. The problem is, you're facing one of the fastest servers in wheelchair tennis. Maybe not as fast as Gerard is optimum, but right up there. That's 2 doubles at crucial times in this game.
Maybe that's something on the serve that he's been working on. Just double lots of crucial moments. Maybe that's where a little bit of the frustration stems from.
It's the third double in this service game. Allows De La Puente his fourth game of the match. 6-2, 5-2. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what he's working on with the serve. Can you detect anything different?
No, I think it's just going to be subtle tweaks, isn't it? I think if you're going to make major changes, you mentioned it a couple of days ago on commentary, the off-season is obviously the best time to make those changes. You've got a little bit more time, but it just must be 20 percentages that they're trying to improve. I don't know whether he's maybe looking to get a little bit more spin on the ball, whether he's just being a bit more aggressive. Not quite sure. It'd be interesting to hear what it is, but obviously whatever he was working on just didn't quite work in that last game.
I'm not sure whether they would have had the speed gun on the serve at Wimbledon, whether his serve is actually a bit slower than Joe's.
Yeah, I mean,
Joe Gerard or not? No.
Yeah, you'd have to say that he's probably not necessarily going to have the biggest serve. It's not as big as some of the guys you see, the guys on the next court. I mean, their shoulders are enormous, so you'd have to say it's probably, in terms of speed-wise, it's not going to be up there with those guys, but it's the type of serve where it's going to be accurate, it's going to be high percentage. That's probably what he's looking for, maybe add a few miles an hour as well.
We're hoping for another service break here. And signs are good early on for that.
I don't think he'll have any complaints today about how he's returned. I think that's pretty much been the standout of his game and of the match today.
Second serve sits up. He does sit up right into his hitting arc. And away it goes.
But again, it's been far too many where he's just kicked it up high to the Hewitt backhand. Just hasn't realised that, or just hasn't changed it up enough.
Second serve to look at.
So you're going to go to the backhand again. If I was him, I'd try and do something a little bit different.
Well, something different is a double fault, I suppose. Yeah. Not quite what he had in mind. And that brings up 3 match points. He already had 3 on his own serve. Now he has 3 on the De La Puente serve. Match pointitis at the moment is Alfie.
Just feels like that when he got to match points, it's just been a little bit of a dip in concentration. That was a bit of a blasé return, wasn't it? And we haven't seen many of those.
Oh dear. Top of the net. Second serve for Hewitt to look at. And that will get the job done. Extended it a bit beyond where he wanted to, I think. I'd like to have got it signed, sealed and delivered in the last service game, but again he breaks the De La Puente serve and it is all done. Alfie Hewitt will progress to the final on Sunday, when we'll probably be back outdoors again. That is only indoor singles match this week, and I'm sure he'll say there's a lot of things he'll need to work on for that final up against either Gerard or Fernandez. That's still going on the adjoining court. What's your overall assessment of what you saw from Alfie Hewitt today?
I think if we take away his service game at 5-1, I think they'll be pretty happy with what he saw out there. I think he was the dominant force, wasn't he, really? He was the one dictating so much of the play out there. Just early stages of still finding his feet, but from then on, especially on the return, he was clinical. I think that's got to be one of the best performances that I've seen from him anyway, especially on that backhand return. It was just lethal. But I think, again, on the serve, there will still be things that he'll want to improve. That double fault count still at 8, still pretty high. But you look at that winner count, 29 winners came off the racket of Alfie Hewitt, and whether that be because they're playing indoors as well, things are a little bit quicker. But again, lots of positives. There wasn't that usual Alfie Hewitt roar, though, at the end, was there? I'm sure there's elements of frustration, but we'll be happy to make it through to the final again.
We did have some commentary from him in that penultimate game. Every time, I think it was on that double he did, and wasn't overly happy, but we'll be happy to progress. And actually dropped one fewer game than he did when they played on grass a few weeks ago. 6-3, 6-2 on that occasion. 6-2, 6-2 this time against De La Puente. So no second win of the year for the Spaniard against the British number 1. Right, we'll take a break. Next up will be on this court, the women's doubles. And we'll bring that to you a little later on. And we'll also, of course, see Alfie Hewitt again, partnering Gordon Reed for the men's doubles final a little later on. But for the time being, from indoors in Nottingham, we'll say goodbye and see you in a few minutes' time. Super duper chili cool. Oh, it's bloody cold up here, isn't it? Eh? Grab a heater, please.
Electric blanket would be lovely.
Oh, look at these. Look at these. I locked myself in. Oh, you can do it. 2, 4 and a ball. 2, 4. 2, 4. Cool. Don't lock us in. That's it. Got it. Hello. How nice to see you. How you doing? Kiss you, mate. Well, yeah. We have to rock this with it. Easy to see. Yes. Yeah, the sport's going funny, works on your own. For the day? Yeah, awesome. Yes. So just talking about next year, the Olympics and the US Open. So, that's what I feel. True, but we're looking at dates, and the Olympics are the same week as the US Open. All right, actually, you're out for a bit. Yes, we're okay. Hello, a bit more of a delay than we had anticipated, but we're waiting for the second semi-final of the men's singles to conclude on court 3, and Joachim Gerard is through to the final in straight sets against Fernandez, so it will be Alfie Hewitt against Joachim Gerard in the final, and hopefully outdoors tomorrow on the main centre court. And as far as this is concerned, this will be the women's doubles final. No direct head-to-head comparisons because got certainly one very new pairing. We've not actually faced the Groot and Griffion so far. Dana Mathewson, Lucy Schuker have played recently Belgian Open. And their 8th doubles title there, so they're bidding to make back-to-back titles. Quite a tough encounter, quite a tough ask for them to do that. First Super Series doubles title together. Mathewson was with Yui Kamiji, as I think you heard us mention yesterday, not here competing in Nottingham. That was the combination at the last Wimbledon ladies doubles title in 2022. Shuka awarded a British Empire medal in the King's Birthday Honours List this year, as you know, with Gordon Reed and Hewitt also getting their nominations from the King to come. Lucy Shuka has been around on the British scene for quite some time now, both in singles and in doubles. So with a new American partner, see what she could do today. And it's a different Dutch combination for the one we've been used to. Dida de Groot, again with Jesko Griffian. And they won their 2 grass court matches to lift the women's side at the Rothsay International in Eastbourne at the start of this month. They prepared for Wimbledon by winning their 2 grass court matches. 19-time Grand Slam singles champion. We've talked an awful lot about de Groot, and we'll no doubt talk an awful lot more about her as this match unfolds. De Groot currently a 4-time British Open women's doubles champion with 3 different partners, as we mentioned. She's had Coat, and now she's with Jesko Griffian. Smith's alongside me again for the women's doubles final. What's your take on this one?
I think it's going to be an interesting matchup. I think obviously the Dutch women are probably heavy favourites as well. I think they're going to be the dominant pairing, and it's going to be about what Dana and Lucy can bring. They're going to have to use all their craft. It's a good pairing though, Dana and Lucy. Lucy's got the craft and the touch and the feel, and Dana has got the power. It's just whether they're going to be able to keep it up consistently to really cause de Groot and Griffian some problems.
So tell me, when you put a new combination together, and they're a relatively new pairing, what are you looking for in terms of symmetry, cohesion, that kind of thing? What makes a good doubles partner?
I think communication is probably one of the key things. I think if you are good friends, which it seems they are off the court as well, they've got that understanding, and I think it's just understanding what you bring as a pair, what you bring as an individual, and how you can mesh that together. Like I was saying, Lucy isn't necessarily the biggest hitter, so she's got that nifty ability to put the balls in awkward positions, and Dana's got a little bit more of that power, but they can complement each other really well. So I think a lot of it will be I've had conversations before the match to kind of say what their tactics are going to be, what they can do to hurt their opponents. But yeah, I'd probably say communication and also just having fun out on the court as well.
Whether it be able-bodied doubles or wheelchair doubles, positioning on the court is key.
Absolutely, and again, that's going to be one of the interesting things when you haven't played with someone. It's knowing where they're going to be moving. We always see with Alfie and Gordon, there is such clear communication. They're always shouting, you, me. Hopefully we'll see something like that a little bit today, but you're right, just understanding what positions they need to cover on the court. But I mean, both of these players are experienced enough and have played so much doubles in their careers that they know exactly where they need to be and where they need to be going.
And unlike the singles match we saw earlier, they have cleared the decks in terms of no match on court 1, no match on court 3, so no issues with balls, spray balls and stray balls coming in your area, so that's one thing they won't have to contend with this time.
It can get a little bit frustrating. Time and time again, the ball's just coming over on important moments, and just when you're lining up for a big forehand.
Indoor dynamic compared to the outdoor dynamic, much difference?
I mean, obviously conditions in terms of there's no sun, there's no wind, nice temperature obviously in here as well. It just changes a little bit with the run back. Obviously using that higher ball, it's probably going to be a little bit more effective because you obviously haven't got as much court at the baseline to move back into. We saw a couple of times in the previous match in the singles, if you managed to hit it right and got the depth and the height, really much push back into the curtain, you just couldn't get a racket on it. So in doubles they use that quite a lot as well. Is it something that they're both going to employ a little bit more? Let's wait and find out.
was mentioning in commentary, I think a bit yesterday, that one of the tactics often employed in women's doubles is the moon ball. Got to be a bit careful under a roof.
Yeah, you absolutely have to. I think the roof here is high enough. I'm not sure that either player's really going to be looking to get it that high so that the roof's going to come into effect. I think it's more going to be the lack of space at the back of the court that's going to cause issues.
In case you weren't listening to our commentary on the singles with Dana Matheson, she's actually going to be retiring in just about a year's time. She's got a marriage imminently, and she's already said that she's got her degree in audiology, that her tennis is going to come to an end, and she has other plans for the future, so we won't see much more of it. In fact, this will be probably the last time we'll see her in Nottingham.
Yeah, quite possibly. It's always great to see her back here, but like you say, obviously got that degree, getting married, she wants to start a new chapter in her life. She'll be sorely missed on tour, I'm sure.
Yeah, and I wonder, when you retired, I'm sure there were times you go, have I made the right choice? Is this the right time? Whether, did you have those kind of moments where you woke up and thought, do you know what, really like to get back out there? You'd see maybe people, that friends of yours who are still on the circuit doing quite well, and you go, I wish I was playing them, or I wish I was, able to go out with them at different locations and things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for me, I unfortunately I didn't choose to retire. It was kind of, well, my knees sort of gave way. I've had 9 knee operations, so I didn't really have much of a choice. It was, more choosing quality of life and not needing knee replacements at the age of 35. So, yeah, the choice was kind of taken out of my hands. But obviously, you look at the players out on tour, and I do wish I'm not too over the hill. I'm only 34. I probably would have kept playing if I was able to, but you have to at some point take that next chapter of life, but you always hope that it's on your terms, and obviously Dana has chosen that moment, and she obviously feels fully happy with that decision and excited for what's to come.
Just in terms of player identification, when we get into the doubles, because the two Dutch women are quite similar. They've both got blonde hair and buns on top of their heads, but as we look right now, on the left of your screen is Jiska. On the right hand side, you probably know well now by now. If you're any kind of tennis fan, you'll know Dida de Groot now. That unbeaten singles record lasting since the beginning of time. So she'll be on the right hand side. In terms of the identification for the other pairing, that should be much more straightforward. Lucy's in the darker colours, and in the grey it will be Dana Matheson. So we're just waiting to extricate some of the balls that I think have disappeared under the umpire's chair. And at least there'll be a bit of a crowd for this. But what we'll be able to do now that the last action's been cleared from court 1 is there are some spectators. All the spectators for the Alfie Hewitt match earlier on were all up with around us, but the majority now on the side of the court. Chairs there, so there will be a bit of a crowd. There's photographers, we have our players, we have our umpire, and we'll have some ball girls and boys for this as well, and lines judges too. So I think we're all set indoors. Drifting out from Lucy Suka.
That high ball you mentioned, though, I think normally when you're on the outdoor courts you might let that ball bounce twice, but I think they're going to see a lot of the times they're going to take it on the first bounce.
Just a bit too strong for Matheson. The other thing that always occurs to me when I'm watching doubles is you've got to make sure on your crossover you're not going to get the ball straight in the face.
I know, we saw it yesterday with Alfie and Gordon. There was a couple of occasions, there were a few hairy moments when it looked like Gordon was going to get his head taken off. It's all about the trust you place in your partner.
Also positioning from the serve, I think again, can't always do a direct comparison with men's doubles and women's doubles, but with Alfie and Gordon or Alfie, whoever's not receiving, comes in a little bit, or not quite to the service spot, but very close to it, whereas these two choose to stay well behind the baseline.
I think it's nice to be able to have that variety though, isn't it? Sometimes you look to stay back, sometimes your partner really looks to charge the net and put the pressure on the return up. I think we'll see that from both teams at different moments throughout this match. Just as a change of tactics gives them a different look.
So first game going to the Dutch combination. We're lead by a game to love. Later on today we'll have the men's doubles final, so having mentioned Reed and Hewitt, we will see them later on today. We've already seen Alfie Hewitt make the final against Joachim Gerard in that final tomorrow. We'll have the quads final, we'll have the men's final, and of course we'll see more of Dida de Groot as she returns for the women's singles final tomorrow. It'll be Dana Mathewson to serve first for the pairing of her and Lucy Suka. You said you weren't going to hit the roof.
I take it back. I knew that comment was going to come back and bite me. First one hits the roof. I'd say good return though.
It does seem with a new pairing that we're looking at with Lucy and Dana here that there's not as much crossover as most people. You take the forehand wing, I'll take the backhand wing kind of thing. It seems more regimented like that.
Still think they're just getting used to each other and understanding a little bit more. I also think if you just look at the placement of the rallies at the moment so far, a lot of them have been down the middle. There haven't really been too many opportunities to cross over and switch up sides of the courts. I'm sure as we see the match progress, that's going to change.
Nice work. Really nice work right into the corner. If you can beat a player of that kind of quality, then you know you're right on your top game, because that was just out of the reach of Dida de Groot. Brings up game point. And so we'll see that one out. One game all, first set in the women's doubles final. a big one too.
It's what we saw a little bit yesterday from Matthewson, wasn't it? Just over pressing it a little bit, just going long. Still needs to just find her range. Probably just getting used to these indoor conditions.
It's a rarity. Don't see you do that too often.
Always clever to use the body serve. Just have to manoeuvre the chair out of the way. Invariably gives the short ball that you can then attack off. And again, I wish I'd never said anything now.
It's twice in the first 3 games.
I know, right? Maybe I just wasn't very good at lobbing and mine just didn't go high enough.
Yeah, relatively comfortable service hold for Dido de Groot. And 2-1 going with serve in the first. Now, we're not talking ancient history with your doubles credentials, because you made top 50, didn't you, in doubles rankings?
Yeah, I did back in, oh gosh, not too long ago. I think it was 2018. I played my last Wimbledon, I think it was. That was my career high at 46.
Which did you enjoy most, the individual or doubles?
I'd probably have to say doubles. I think it just suited probably my game style a little bit more. I've always loved being up at the net. I've always loved that kind of camaraderie that you have with the partner. So yeah, I think I'd probably have to say doubles. I mean, don't get me wrong, I did enjoy singles as well, but yeah, towards obviously the latter stages of my career, doubles was the thing that I focused on more. But it's a different skill set, isn't it? Singles rather, sorry, is a little bit more baseline, it's a bit more physical, whereas doubles is physical in a different way. And yeah, like I say, it just gives you a different skill set, which I really enjoyed.
To share the load as well, and Lucy Shukat will have the balls on her racket for a serve for the first time.
Just maybe try to be a little bit too cute with that drop shot. Dutch pairing are pretty far behind the baseline.
tap it in. Best shot in the game is that return right back at the chair, because you got very little you can do about it. It has to be instinctive.
Yeah, and it just requires really good hand skills, and when you're having to try and produce that under the highest pressure, pick it up off your feet.
3 break points for the Dutch pair. Lucy. Oh, Lucy would love to have that back again. Right on her racket, mid-court. Wasn't able to put it away. So there's the first break of the game, first break of the match for the Dutch pairing of Griffon and de Groot. 3-1, and we come back around in terms of the service to Griffon again.
That's where maybe the power that the Dutch pair do possess, slightly more than the Brits and American pairing. That's where they can maybe just dominate a little bit more, especially on the Shuka serve. They maybe just get a few more looks.
Matheson was really imparting a lot of spin on that slice there.
Such an effective shot, isn't it? It just stays so low. Got to use so much wrist to get under the ball.
Going long. Well, just having made the break, they find themselves 2 points adrift on the Griffon serve, so a chance for an immediate break back by the US-British pair. Also a second serve to look at now too. Lovely angle. Lovely angle. The only person who was going to pick that up was the player on court number 3. Because that was going at the most acute of angles. Beautiful way to finish off that game and brilliant way to negate that break.
Third time lucky, wasn't it? She'd gone for that drop shot a couple of times. Just hadn't quite found her range, and she absolutely found her range. And like you said, person on court 3, maybe even court 4, was getting that one.
Yeah, you talk about the touch that Lucy has, not all bludgeon, not the big physicality that you get from the American. That just shows you the power of doubles, isn't it? It doesn't all have to be about outright hitting, you know, nice angles, little dinks here and there, and they could be equally as effective. Yeah,
absolutely. You know, if I think back to my career, the partners that I played with, I wasn't necessarily kind of the biggest hitter. I was probably maybe more the, I guess, solid, you could say. And then I always tended to play with someone who had that kind of power and a little bit of that touch as well. And it's all about the combinations, isn't it? It's it's all well and good having two players who hit the ball incredibly hard, but if they don't have that ability to change things up against players, you kind of get found out quite easily, don't you?
Well, of course, we don't have in this match is a left-right combination, which works so well. It's all righties here. American to serve at 3-2 to the Dutch on serve. She did. Well, the good thing about the two bounce game is it does give you a little bit more time, but when you've got some ideas of group, she can actually get those ones look like they're going to be 3 bounces just before they become 3 bounces. She did it, and they won the point. Yeah, it was long. Yeah. Just overcooked it. Good run up to that point, but the end result is 3 break points for Griffion and De Groot. Right back of the chair again. So effective, whether it's from a serve or whether it's in the middle of a rally. Just don't have any time to compose the next shot.
No, and that's what Dina De Groot has, doesn't she? She has that ability to just turn on the afterburners. And she just did there, and like you say, just gives your opponent no time to either get out of the way, get the racket prepared, and you almost sort of have to take evasive action, don't you?
So 4-2 on the Dutch women's racket. First ace of the match.
Great placement there, just threw it a little bit further behind her head, was able to manoeuvre the racket, found a great angle. Great return there from Shuka as well. Took it on nice and early. Came right back at the chair of de Groot quickly. She couldn't just quite manoeuvre out the way.
Just died on her. She thought she was going to get to it, but just kind of lost all propulsion and momentum as she was going to get that racket under the ball.
I think there's a mixture of trying to get the ball, but then also realising there's a couple of chairs in front of her and trying not to run into those as well.
We have an ace and we have a double. Break back point. Now her racket caught the curtain on the way back there, which impeded the shot. That's how far back she was. And she wasn't able to give the full rein to that shot because literally as she was bringing it back, she took half the curtain with her.
We have seen that a couple of times already, but for the most part they've just been able to find a way to get it back into the court. But that's the dangers of indoor tennis. Sometimes the curtain does get in the way. It can be pretty frustrating, and the curtain almost got a racket full of Griffith's racket as well.
Well, that's an immediate break back. 4-3. The Dutch combination still in front. Seeing some nice rallies, seeing some nice change-ups. Seeing Mathewson impart a massive amount of spin on a lot of her shots here, which are going at strange trajectories. Obviously up against two very established and very experienced players. Of course, as we mentioned, this is the third partner that Groot has had, which is interesting because you kind of want to stick with a partner for a long time, but she obviously doesn't find too much difficulty in chopping and changing.
No, some players like the variety and playing with different players. Some people prefer sticking with someone, but I think when you have the quality that de Groot has, I think you probably don't really care who you're playing with, do you? You're just so confident. And I mean, these two will know each other so well anyway. I'm sure they'll have played together in team competitions as well. And
Just trying something a bit different. Didn't quite pay off this time. Nice idea. Couldn't quite pull it off. Forehand down the line. Nearly reached its target. Just slightly wide of the doubles tram line. So Shukuru had a serve broken earlier in the set. Just having a little struggle to hold it this time.
Just overcooking that one as well. It's the right shot to play. Just pushed it slightly too far behind the baseline.
Another break in the offing here. Break points to Griffion and de Groot. 5-3 lead if they could break Shuka serve for a second time. Yeah, mid-court ball set up and asked to be hit, and hit it was. (5-3). There's the break, and now the Dutch combination will hope to close out this first set. Balls will be on Griffion's racket. A bit Djokovic-like with the bouncy of the ball in.
There's quite a few bounces, wasn't it, in the end? Not that it helped ultimately in the outcome of the point. It still forced the error.
No. There we go. Well underneath that. Just launched it on to court one.
Just a couple of times in this set when the Dutch pairing have got their noses in front and got the break, they've just popped up a couple of fairly routine unforced errors. Let the American-Brit pairing back into it. The sniff of break-back opportunity here for them.
4-7 bounces.
7, did you say?
7, yeah.
So Djokovic managed to
6,
reach
7.
20.
There you go.
I think he's gone 20, hasn't he, before?
Yes. Good cut off. Yeah, too good. Too good. Another unforced error though from Griffon.
Just been a little bit of a slip of concentration. Sometimes when you do get that break, you can think that the set is done and dusted, but you still got to do the job. And 3 unforced errors, and all of a sudden a break back point here.
No, actually well to reach it, just couldn't keep it in court. Couple of nice deft touches. First from Schuker on one side. What turned out to be the winner from the Dutch combination. Given their first set point.
I think Matthewson maybe just tried to go a little bit too fine with the backhand slash. Just could have maybe pushed it long. Sets up a set point.
How aggressive will Matthewson be here? A rare error. Bit of a shrug of the shoulders and a resigned smile from de Groot on that.
That's the backhand for Matthewson. That's the power and the depth I would love to see. Just forcing here, really tying up de Groot. They're not going away in this set though.
Yeah, took all the way off that. Brilliant work by Fionn this time.
Saw where the space was, didn't she? Didn't try and hit it deep. Saw that Schuker was at the net. Dana was a lot farther behind the baseline.
Got absolutely, completely, and totally underneath that shot. Just ballooned it out over the baseline. She knew what she wanted to do. She's replaying it physically and mentally. But sadly, it's not going to help the scoreline situation, which is set point. Oh, really good rally by the British-US combination. Works the Dutch women around a lot, used the extremities of the court, and finally got what they richly deserved from that point.
Game's never ending, neither player wants to get it done. Best game of the match so far, isn't it?
Seven more bounces. 4, 5, 6, 7. There you go. And again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Every time.
Players can be quite OCD about their routines, can't they? I wonder what would happen if she did it 6 or 8 times.
5. Oh, I think I might have been a 5 there. Oh, bludgeoned. Absolutely cover knocked off that ball by de Groot. And here we are again at set point. There was one tremendous pickup by Lucy Shuka right in the middle of that rally, which I think she's delighted with. Is that saved set point? Very tricky ball to get back. She managed it in the end. It's the Anglo-American pair who comes us back to deuce.
She saw the opening, didn't she? Tried to thread the needle, just missing wide.
Another set point for the Dutch women. Oh, 8. Oh, 8 bounces. And that did the job.
That was the winner. Maybe she's going to do 8 in the next set from now on.
Well, it took a long time to close that set out, but eventually they did, and these are the stats.
Yeah, I think the first serve percentage, from the Dutch pairings perspective anyway, they want to increase that a little bit. They just struggled fractionally, but you look at as well, first serve percentage in from Matthewson and Shuka, 70%, but just 14 points won. They've got to try and up that. Struggled a little bit on the Shuka serve, didn't they? They maybe need to just try something different, maybe look at Matthewson coming forward or something a little bit different. They just need to be a little bit more aggressive, but very tight, wasn't it? It was nip and tuck all the way, but I think if you're the Dutch pairing, you probably want to be a little bit more clinical. They had a lot of opportunities. It could have been a even more one-sided affair in that first set, but they got the job done.
Some nice crafty work, actually on both sides of the court, to be honest, but the American and the Briton are doing some nice deft touches along the way, certainly not being outgunned and outplayed here.
Not at all. I think it's just about taking their chances. In that last game they had opportunities, didn't they? They just weren't able to get the break, to get it back on serve, and I think there's a lot of positives for them to take. I think they cause a lot of problems. And again, we spoke about the styles of the pairing. Dana obviously having more power, Lucy having that deft touch, and shown numerous times in that set that it's worked really well. It's just about consistently being able to do it.
So it looks like they enjoy each other's company. A lot of dialogue going on between the two of them as they come back to the baseline in front of us. Get ready to start the second set with Dana Matthewson to start.
The angle, didn't she? It's rearing up off the court.
Crowd were willing that one over. To see them leaning forward in their chairs, going, ooh, bit of impetus if we can just get that ball over the net, but just died the wrong side.
It's always nice when the crowd get involved, though, isn't it? Creates a great atmosphere for the players.
Could do with the first serve here. Just how quickly a game can go. Love 43 break point immediately. Beginning of set 2 for the Dutch combination. No, she's going to miss out on that, was she? That ball had 5 letters on it saying, hit me.
And she certainly did, and exactly the start that De Groot and Griffin would have wanted. They just want to keep asserting their dominance, and really the onus is on Shuker and Matthewson to try and change the momentum.
My fascination with Griffion's serve will carry on. I just didn't count that time. I'll say it next time. Yep, back to 7.
Oh, it didn't work. She needs to go back to 8, doesn't she?
Yeah, double fault on a 7. We had a 5, we've had a 7 for the most part, and an 8 when they got that set point converted. 7 again. Oh, go on. Another 7. She loves that shot down the centre, doesn't she?
It's the best shot to play, though. It's the highest percentage shot. It causes that confusion between the pairing.
Ooh. I think I might have a 10 then.
Surely not.
It's into a bouncy routine before I was ready, but I think certainly more than 7. Don't count those. Back to 7. Come on.
You're just testing your counting skills.
Yes. Don't go much above that. You'll lose me. Oh, what a lovely dinky slice that was.
Did really well, didn't they, to open up the court and find the space. And sometimes you go down the middle to open up the angle, but then sometimes you open up the angle to go down the middle, and it's exactly what they did.
Yeah. And that was a relatively comfortable service hold for Griffon and De Groot, and they are making tracks pretty quickly in the second set, early stages. 2-love, will that break?
Need to try and hold on to this Shuka service game. Maybe the new balls will help.
Probably not quite so effective for a server like Shuka.
Yeah, maybe not. Probably needs a little bit of help with the pace that she does get from new balls though. Skids through the court, stays a little bit lower. Just a little bit too much on that, just a little bit late with the preparation, couldn't control the racket face.
Unreturnable from the return.
Got the width, didn't she? Didn't necessarily beat her with power, but just got it into the tram line. So it's always moving away from Shuka.
Cheers. Only one player in the rally at that point. She was so far in the court, she couldn't get herself back in.
I'm not quite sure how she managed to get out of the way of the chairs. I thought 100% that day chair was going to go crashing somewhere. Point like that the crowd love to see though, don't they? Players covering every inch of the court.
And bits outside it. Oh, just long. Break point then for de Groot and Griffioen. De Groot will be receiving. Ooh. Well, I didn't think the defensive lob was going to be quite that useful, but in the end, it stayed on the Dutch women's side of the net.
It's always the hardest though when you're looking to move forward into a smash. It's always tricky. I always preferred it when I was sort of set. It makes the timing pretty tough, and yeah, she just got it a little bit wrong there.
Back to Juice. She overcooks that one. Well, this game looks like it'll be won on errors rather than winners.
Another injection of pace there on the forehand. That's just what de Groot has in the locker. When she needs to turn on those turbochargers, she does. Just in. And that gives them that advantage point. A 3-love lead. I think it's that advantage now. Yeah, it's advantage. They're just chinking the scoreboard, those confuse me.
that is game number 3 secured for the Dutch pairing. They move on to 3-love and we're set to the good. Okay, I was going to bring up this contentious point until tomorrow, but I'm going to do it now. Time. Time to take the let cord out of tennis.
Ooh, there's been so much talk about it, hasn't there? I think it's a really tough one. Yeah, I kind of sit on the fence between it because I think it's just adds an element of luck as well, doesn't it? If you get that net cord, imagine a Wimbledon final being one on a dead net cord on the serve. I think that's pretty tough. But then, you know, I suppose we play it during the rallies.
Yeah, if it comes off the net during a rally, you don't stop, do you?
No, that's true. I think there's arguments for and against it.
I don't know an argument for it. I really don't actually know an argument for it.
No, I don't know. I think they played in juniors. You know, I've seen in a lot of the Tennis Europe events, juniors have to play on from the net cord, and you know, there's just that element of luck. You sort of have to get on with it. Sometimes it goes for you, sometimes it goes against you. I think they just need to stick to a rule. I'm not sure why they would have it in juniors and not have it in seniors and vice versa. I think you've got to kind of stick to the same rules, but I'm not sure what their plan is, if they're going to bring it in or not. What's your opinion on it?
Yeah, I think it's time to get rid of it. I mean, it doesn't happen all that often. We've had a couple of matches where we've had back-to-back net cords in a service game, but I think if you're lucky enough that it takes all the way off it and you win the point, so be it, quite frankly.
What about the different types of formats of scoring as well? They've brought in fast four.
No, I like it. I think the format works as it is. Obviously we have the championship tiebreak, which is a relatively new innovation as well, which seems to have bedded in quite nicely.
I think they're always trying to find different ways to improve the sport, and I think there's always been that argument, especially in Grand Slam for men, the 5-set format. They say it's too long.
That's why we have a tie break in the 5th set at Wimbledon, which we didn't have. Mr. Isner knows all too well. Mr. Mahua. 70-68, was it? Yeah.
I think it was, yeah.
That's over a decade ago. It's ridiculous. Well, much more than a decade ago now. Getting a few cheap points here. Keeping them just about in touch in this game anyway.
There it is.
That grazed the line.
That's the return that we know that she can produce.
So here we go again. Another elongated service game. That's a shame, because that was a bit of a loopy serve.
Just couldn't quite get the chair out of the way, could she? She was always kind of leaning away.
Yeah, 4-love it becomes. Top of that double break. And looking set fair for the Dutch combination. First time this quartet have met in this lineup. Very much the way of Griffillon and De Groot. Matheson to serve to try and get a game on the board in set number 2.
To just try and get through this service game, put a little bit of pressure on the scoreboard at least. It's been all one-way traffic so far in the second set.
Three. Well, she took that ball about as high as it could go without actually hitting the roof. Problem is it went too long as well.
She had that mostly space down the line. Would have been under pressure. Mathewson and Shuka.
Ooh, we're both charging towards it. Oh, quite lucky to get away with that, because that's one of those occasions where they were both going for the same ball. That could have been catastrophic.
It could have been, but they did well. Mathewson covering at the back of the court, showing her speed. Did well to dig it out. Smart shot selection from De Groot. Saw that Shuka was at the net, just chose to dip it at her toes.
First ace from that side of the net, I think.
I think the crowd enjoyed that one as well, didn't they?
So, still 2 more games required by the Dutch combination to see this one out. There may well still be a riposte from Mathewson and Shuka. Set to love for Dutch women, and they lead 4-1. Be Griffillon to serve next. Just a reminder that once this is done, we'll have a little gap, and then we'll be back for the men's doubles with Reed and Hewitt going for yet another title. 2 matches for them yesterday. The second one very impressive against the the Dutch pairing. We'll come up a little later on, in case you've come to us late today thinking, well, it's a bit different from the first few days. Yeah, you'd be right. We're not outdoors today because it is still lashing it down in Nottingham. The forecast is set for rain pretty much all of today. Good news as things stand. Subject to change between now and tomorrow morning. Everything looks quite good for Sunday, so hopefully we're back on centre court, back outdoors tomorrow. It's pretty obvious which way the crowd want this to go now.
They want this match to go a little bit longer, don't they? They're really trying to get behind Schuker and Matthewson, and they are responding as well. The American really just stepping it up in the last few minutes. More consistency in the shot, the pace is there. It's causing the Dutch pair a lot of problems.
Shockingly, I can tell you, the one before that last bounce up, 6. That took an eternity to come down.
I think maybe she wishes she was outside and got a gust of wind that would have helped it stay inside the court, but just missed long. Still got another break point though. Seven again.
Nine. Two break points come and 2 break points go. Back to Juice at 4-1. so nearly top of the tape and back on the wrong side. Nice idea.
De Groot was on the march though, wasn't it? She'd read the shot and maybe Shuka shot her just out the corner of her eye, and that's why she just went a little bit for too much on that drop shot.
Advantage for a 5-1 lead. No, not to be. Just wide all the tram lines, and this match may not have too much longer to go. I held on, wasn't comfortable, but in the end, just managed to get over the line with that service game. Our balls are back on the rackets of the British and American pair. And Lucy Shuka to try and stay in this match at 1-5.
All you can do if you're the pairing of Matthews and Ashoka is just get through this service game, take it one game at a time. You never know what can happen. That's the beauty of tennis. It's never over till it's over.
Czech tennis player, isn't she? Never over.
I think she was that famous one. Won Wimbledon a couple of times.
That time does work. Third time lucky.
I think there might have been a slightly scared look from the person in that first row of the crowd as Tina de Groot came racing towards him.
Nicely, yeah. I heard Lucy say nice. Nice it was. I want their money's worth today. They'd love this match to extend a little bit longer. And it has, by virtue of Lucy Shuka holding on to her serve this time. 2-5 against the British and American pair. 6-3 to the Dutch women in the first set. 5-2 in the second. Yeah, decent crowd here today. Remember, if you're thinking about taking up wheelchair tennis, there are lots of opportunities for you today and tomorrow to try it out for the first time. Get in a chair, just discover how difficult it is to maneuver a chair, hold on to a racket. That's the beginning part of it. You've then got to control the ball off the racket. These people make it look incredibly straightforward and very simple. And when you actually physically get to do it, you'll discover just how hard to get that combination right.
Yeah, I think you and I can both testify that it is pretty difficult. I remember when I tried a couple of times, and I sort of had to push with both hands and not hold the racket, otherwise I just wouldn't go into the right place. So I had to push with the racket, or push with both hands, put the racket on my lap, then grab the racket, and it was just an absolute nightmare. I've got to respect these guys so much for what they do.
No, over here again. Try and be dynamic and determined in this, which could be the last game, but not quite paying off yet. As Love, 2 points away from the title. Good. Don't feel like that.
Almost got it over. Just clipping the top of the tape, just couldn't quite control the racket head enough.
Well, let's get 2 balls to that absolutely flush on the baseline. He just kept pushing the Dutch women back and further back, and as we've been saying, it's not too far to go back here today. So they brought it back from 30 love to 30 all. Won't quite get to that. Good positioning from the shot right into the corner, which brings up the first match point for De Groot and Griffon.
That's where you want the net cord ruling, isn't it? If you're Matthewson and Shuka, don't want to be losing it on that.
No, it wasn't going to be. It's going to be after you clawed there from the British and American pairing. So it is triumph for the Dutch and Griffon and De Groot. 6-3, 6-2. And try that they tried, and they did really mix it up quite nicely at times. The British and American pair just couldn't quite find a way through. And it is the Dutch combination who come out on top.
Very much to watch though, wasn't it, for the spectators, but ultimately they just had a little bit too much.
Well, I don't think you're going to pick up much of what our MC is saying, but you'll be able to see the presentation of the Nottingham Open, British Open trophy, which will be presented in due course. So again, just a reminder that there will be a bit of a gap after the presentation ceremony, and then we'll be back for the men's doubles. Presentation table being brought out. That's the trophies. And of course, De Groot going for a notable double this weekend.
Yeah, and it's going to take a lot to stop her. She showed again glimpses of her form today. At the big moments when she needed to, she came out with especially big forehands. But she's going to be a lady to stop tomorrow, and it would be an interesting character to bet against her, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Very difficult the way she's been playing. So we saw her probably slightly below her best in the quarterfinals, but showed exactly what she had to do and what she's capable of in the semi-final. players to get into their inverted commas normal chair, not their playing chair, but their Let's hear it for Kirsty. Let's also hear it for our officials who were involved, the umpire, the lines judges, and the ball boys and girls involved in that one. The volunteers who've been so superb in the 6 days, as it will be eventually, of the competition. Wheelchair repair team as well. Sometimes tyres need replaced, rims need replacing. Sometimes all kinds of bits of the chair can go a bit haywire during the course of a competition week, and they've been rectified pretty quickly here by the team on site. Volunteer of the week. I think that's quite a difficult thing to judge. There are so many good volunteers involved, but every single day, crack of dawn before we arrive and here long after we've gone, making sure everything works like clockwork. Not sure about the weather, but everything else under their guidance. They pushed them all the way. Ultimately, it's going to be the runners-up prize this time round for Dana Matthewson and Lucy Schuker. As I say, it might be the last time we see Dana in Nottingham. She's intending to retire. She might do the Paralympics, so we might just see her next year before the Paralympics. The last hurrah. She spent a lot of time in this country, so she has a lot of fondness for the UK. So we might just see one more time in 2024 before the Paralympics in Paris. Now on to our winners. 6-3, 6-2, the final margin for Guido de Groot and Jiska Griffion. Just don't drop it, it's made of glass. Careful, that's it. Well done to the fairly new combination of Jiska Griffion and Guido de Groot. They are the 2023 champions here at the Wheelchair Tennis Championships in Nottingham, the British Open. And we'll find out in, well, could be next hour, might be a bit longer, who is going to be the equivalent in the men's doubles, and we'll bring that to you in about 15 minutes time. Join us again for that a little later on. So, welcome back to Nottingham and the tennis centre for the men's doubles final. If you've only just joined us, you'd have missed the women's doubles final. This was won by Griffion and De Groot. And now it's on to the men. And the top seeds up against the second seeds. So Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reed of Great Britain up against Martin de la Puente and Gustavo Fernandez of Argentina. And maybe a case of a bit of deja vu for you today, because you've always seen Alfie Hewitt up against de la Puente in the singles semi-final. She won fairly comfortably, went through in straight sets. Hewitt and Reed and Hewitt had 2 matches yesterday, the quarterfinals and the semi-final match. They won or lost of 2 games in their quarterfinal. They were taken to a tiebreak in the second set, but came out on top. So here we go for possibly another title for them. The Grand Slam doubles titles, really like the who's who of wheelchair tennis, with 4 at the American Open, 4 Roland Garros in the French Open, 5 at Wimbledon, 5 at the US Open. We're hoping to make that 6 in a few weeks' time. 18-time Grand Slam doubles champions together, and currently 2-time British Open men's doubles champions. 6 years apart, 2015, 2021, looking to do it again in 2023. The odds are firmly stacked in their favour, Anna Smith.
You would have to say so, wouldn't you? They seem to be pretty unbeatable, this pairing. So it's going to be interesting what De La Puente and Fernandez can do. I think De La Puente's ego took a little bit of a hit earlier today, the way that Alfie Hewitt demolished him, and yesterday they just looked really good, didn't they? In that second set they struggled a little bit, but like true champions that they are, they found a way, and they are the clear favourite here and the crowd's favourite.
Well, we talked about 3 of the players on the court quite a bit already. We haven't actually seen on any of our streams Gustavo Fernandez as yet, and we won't now because he was beaten in the semi-finals.
This will be the only chance that we get to see him, and you just look at him there. I don't know if you can just see him in the bottom of your picture there in the pink. He's such a strong guy, just bulging muscles, and he's one of those players that's so exciting to watch. You talk about throwing themselves around the court, and we saw him topple out of his chair earlier, didn't we? And I love watching him play, the power that he's able to bring, the athleticism and the energy. And with this Spanish-Argentine pairing, we're going to see so much fire, and I think a lot of Vamoses out there as well.
Well, Vamoses, quite a lot of flair on both sides. And if you were with us yesterday, you've seen the semi-final with the British pair up against the Dutch pair. And there was a lot of great shot selections. And passing the play, not likely to change a great deal between Reed and Hewitt here. The aggressor will be the man from Norwich. The Scotsman will be the one with the cool head and just keep things going. He's more likely to come to the net, certainly for those all deft touch volleys and stop volleys around the net. There comes some more of the bludgeoning kind. And then you'll see Alfie Hewitt, that cross-court forehand he used to great effect yesterday, will be in evidence if everything goes to plan today. And I think De La Puente will have a little point to prove. You mentioned earlier on the day that we didn't really see his A game. I don't think he had any time in that game against Hewitt.
No, I think that's a lot of it was down to Alfie Hewitt playing such a great match. Obviously just gave away that game at 5-1 in the second set, but returns were on fire today. Serve was, like I say again, apart from that game at 5-1, the serve was working a lot better. Just found a little bit of rhythm, I think, and Gordon Reid will be hoping that his returns were just as good, if not better, than they were earlier.
Yeah, pretty much a perfect combination. I always think if you can get a lefty and a righty, it causes so many different concerns, so many more equations for the team across the net.
There's not too many weaknesses, is there? Because if you hit the ball a little bit more cross-court, again, you're just going into the forehand of either player. The only thing is when you're going down the middle, you're on the backhand, but both players are so strong. They've got the slice, they've got the top spin. So, again, you look at them as a pair, and we were talking about it yesterday in commentary, you're trying to find weaknesses in their game, and there really aren't many that you can pick out.
Well, the fact they've been together as a pairing for 8 years now means it's a very well cemented combination. There's nothing they don't know. They'll know each other's weaknesses, they'll know each other's strengths, and as we said, although we'll probably be proved to be foolish today, they always know instinctively their position on the court. They always have that clear calling about me or you or whoever it might be. They had that one incident yesterday where I think Alfie got hit in the face with a ball, but for the most part, even on their crossovers, which are, you know, it's almost like artistic swimming, the way they do the crossovers, and You know, they know their territory, they know who needs to do, but it's not a case of Gordon staying at the back and Alfie going forward or vice versa. They're able to sum up the moment pretty quickly and arrange their position accordingly.
They are interchangeable, aren't they? As you said, whether Gordon's at the net, whether Alfie's at the net, or vice versa, it just seems that they know what area of the court needs to be covered. It is just, like you say, synchronized swimming at its finest. It's just that communication, and I think he said it yesterday, they just work well together. They know how well they can. They're both great athletes getting around the court, and again, just knowing each other like the back of their hand, don't they? Because they've played together for 8 years and they'll have practiced together, and there's just no secrets between the two of them, are there?
Yeah, the only time that Alfie seems to stop is when he's serving. I mean, most of the time during the course of a match, he's always on the move. The wheelchair's moving backwards, forwards, wherever it might be. He's always constantly there, which gives him the ability to be just a step ahead. You know, if the ball comes in short, he's already on the move to get to that short ball. And if the ball goes long, he's got a position to be able to twist and turn.
But they have that anticipation as well. I think it's all well and good moving to the ball once you've seen it, but they seem to have this sixth sense of where the ball's going to go. They understand the dimensions of the court, they understand the directions that it's most likely their opponent's going to hit in.
8th meeting between these two pairings, and so far Puente and Fernandez are yet to take a set off Reed and Hewitt. They're taking them to tie breaks, but they've not actually yet secured set. They know the enormity of the task that face them. All the people who are ranged on court 1 watching on court 2 will be very much hoping, which they probably weren't hoping in the last match that was going to go the distance. This one I think they'll hope is wrapped up by the Brits fairly quickly. And it will be De La Puente to serve first. That's what he can do. I'm sure you'll see an awful lot of finesse from Fernandez. It's going to be bounce the cover of the ball, get it in the corner. None of this two bounce nonsense. Be one wherever possible. Which actually is also the case with their opponents across the net.
Problem that I see maybe with this Spanish-Argentine pairing is they just get a little bit one-dimensional in terms of just going for the power, trying to out-hit Hewitt and Reed, and that's where I think the British pair have an extra dimension to their game. They have that power as well, but then they're also able to change up the pace. They have a little bit more variety.
I'm actually interested to see how many times they lure them into the net as well. I think they'll try and do that quite a bit.
Well, you could already see that Alfie was on the march, wasn't he? Hit that return and he was bombing forward. I think a lot of the time as well today we'll see that Gordon Reed slice that you're such a fan of, bringing it a little bit shorter, keeping it nice and low. Bringing De La Puente and Fernandez forward.
So what I'd like is the equivalent of a pedometer on those chairs, so you see exactly how much they cover. We've got Fernandez exactly where they want him now. Exactly where they want him. He ain't going to get that one, or is he? He is just. Ooh, Gordon. That was a perfectly set up point. That was copybook textbook in terms of the way they set that up. I think it was wrong with it. It was the finish.
Yeah, the execution just lacked there, but a huge get from Fernandez as well. It's almost behind him. Just found a way to control.
Well, first game does go the way of the Argentine-Spanish combination. 1-love as they go to the far end, and we'll eventually see Gordon and Alfie come this side. Expectant crowd here. Obviously it would be bigger if you had them outside today. Bit of a shame the weather has negated that, but so hopefully tomorrow when Alfie will be in the singles final. It's the big Belgian. Should be actually back on centre court, hopefully in the sunshine tomorrow. No sign of sunshine in Nottingham today. Just a deluge happening outside the door. And it will be Gordon Reed to serve first for the Brits. Beautiful pickup. Beautiful deft touch by the Spaniard. Lovely angled cross court. Good pickup. Good control. First point, second game. No, can't get up for that. My apology from Gordon. And Puente nearly threw himself out of his chair then.
I know, that's what I was saying in the warm-up. These guys have no qualms about throwing themselves in and out of the chair. Almost did a little wheel spin on one rim, wasn't he?
Checking where Puente's coach is, who's in the commentary box with us a little early on. He's actually at courtside now, so
that's a shame.
His animation and his outbursts from where we are. Might be still better hear him, mind you, but not quite as loudly. Haven't quite got the range yet.
No, not quite. Just a few uncharacteristic errors.
So 2 points at the moment against the Reed serve. Chance for a 2-love lead early on, which is not quite what we anticipated. Break confirmed. Break complete. And to Puente and Fernandez have that early break to love their lead.
Not quite the start that the British crowd here would have hoped for from Hewitt and Reed.
Now we talk about pacey serves. Be about Belgian earlier. So we've got this one.
Oh, just had a little bit more spin, sliding away.
He can mix it up and often does. Might have a bit more on it when he's facing Alfie Hewitt.
Look at the ball tosser from Fernandez. It's very high, isn't it? He has to sit in that position waiting to throw the racket for a long time. Can't be easy, especially in the wind, to get that timing right. Look here how high.
Yeah, annoying because he did everything right. So the execution of that last shot. Above 40. Chance for an immediate break back for the British pair. And they get it to love.
A little bit of a gift, wasn't it, from De La Puente and Fernandez? A few unforced errors there, and Brits finally get on the scoreboard.
Yeah, well, we can talk about the pace of a serve, how good the serve essentially is. But then you've got to execute it, and he wasn't able to do that. And if you've got time to boil an egg at the time that ball goes up in the air and comes back down for that, it takes so long. But you know, we saw yesterday, all right, outdoors, so conditions are different, but the short version from the Dutch and then the much longer version by the Argentine. You know, what suits your style, I suppose. But you're right. You take him outside, have this final bit outside, with all the kind of wind conditions we've had the first few days, has all the potential of going quite awry.
Yeah, that's what I thought as well. And you know, considering they play so much of their tennis outdoors as well, and you know, all of the slams are outdoors, aren't they? So I would have thought it's maybe something that him and his coach would have maybe looked at, but obviously they know better than I do. It seems to work. It's one of the best serves on tour.
All right, time for Alfie to have the balls and show what he can do at 1-2. He's not going to get to that. Nobody's going to get to that. What a beautifully executed shot that was. No pace, just the angle and the direction.
Such disguise as well. I wish we could see a replay of that, because you can just see that De La Puente fractionally moved early, starting to cover the ball down the middle of the court, and then Gordon just changed the angle of his racket face to guide it angled into the space.
Well, from the brilliance of the previous shot to the inaccuracy of the next one. That's how points can go.
Don't normally see him miss those backhand slices. He just hasn't quite found the rangefinder on it.
Well, Reed and Hewitt crisscrossed in front of each other, and there literally was about a millisecond between the ball potentially hitting Alfie and missing him completely. And those are the tiny margins. 15 on the Hewitt serve. Nope, Karen's got that.
I think there's a little bit of the hands out for there from Alfie Hewitt. I think potentially if the line judge hadn't been there or the ball kid hadn't been there, he might have been able to fling out a racket at least. But again, that's just one of the things and one of the hazards when you're playing indoor tennis in a wheelchair.
Back to 30 all.
This time it was almost De La Puente who got hit in the face there by Fernandez. I think De La Puente was going to go for it then. Fernandez made a big call that it was his, but a little bit too late.
Chance to level things up at 2 all. He's gone all the way to court 4, so he's going to collect a ball. Lovely. And that forehand cross court right into the tram lines. No retrieving that. So we have parity again in the first set. 2 games apiece. Back around again to see what De La Puente can do. Hit himself in the face with the ball, as we just did.
To go around the net post, just couldn't quite do it, just ran out of time. That ball just was dropping and dropping.
Yeah, I like to play underneath the net.
You can give it a go though.
Sub-aqua. Wish on a day like today. Overcooked it.
It was a shot that worked really well for Hewitt yesterday, wasn't it? Set up forehand into that tram lines, just kicking away, but that time just pulled it a fraction wide. Just looked down at Puente's coach, and again is just gesticulating about hitting with more height. I think that was his pet peeve earlier, wasn't it? That he just was hitting it a little bit too flat.
Just about the perfect return from Alfie Hewitt. Not a chance of laying a racket on that.
Picking up where he left off earlier.
The point short. Especially when you got a final to come tomorrow in the singles. You don't want to spend yourself too much today. Just the way I'm seeing the match, but it seems that there are Puente something about 80% of the shots to make.
Yeah, he is. I don't know whether that's a conscious effort, maybe from the singles earlier where he wasn't on top form, or whether it's just worked out like that, but you're absolutely right, they are trying to target him a little bit more, and to good effect so far, again getting that break advantage.
So 3-2, another break. Chance to mull over. They actually don't tend to say an awful lot between breaks, as well as there's not much to say, is there?
No, sometimes I think you can talk for talking's sake, can't you? I think when you know clearly what you need to do out there, that sometimes isn't that much to say.
You know, see if you've just had your serve broken or you lost a game, and you can maybe just mull over, just chew over, but I say it comes in quite rarefied silence to them. Just a little exchange of hands, and then they'll scoot back into position to receive. On this occasion, obviously, yeah, serve. Can read. Waiting for the balls to be dispatched. Three-two then. Oh. Well, that's the kind of return that Puente would have given his eye teeth for earlier on today.
Yeah, he just couldn't quite find it, could he? Probably a little chat with the coach, gave him a bit of advice.
Lucky, lucky, lucky. He lucks in. Gives you the chance. Gordon Reed did concede opening service game. Now love 30. There's trouble again on the Reed serve, as there was in the opening service game. So there is on this one 3 break points. Yeah, anticipated where it was going to go to. Just couldn't quite get there in time. Don't often see that. The Reed serve broken to love.
No, you don't. But great returning there from De La Puente and Fernandez. Cut out the unforced errors, didn't they? And I think in that game they tried to look for a little bit more width, didn't they? They've been hitting through the middle of the court a lot, but decided to try and open it up a little bit more.
Well, Fernandez had his serve broken to love last time. Nose right over the top of the tape. That was not going to miss. Well, amount of side spin that Gordon Reed placed on that, it was going to end up on court 3.
Just constantly moving further and further away from Fernandez. He did well just to get behind the ball.
He won the point. 15-all. Chimney those forehand into the net.
Yeah, Gordon just hasn't quite come to the party yet, has he? He's shown flashes of brilliance, just been able to consistently find his form so far in these opening 6 games.
Yeah, not quite happening as a combination right now. Alfie started the better of the 2. They found themselves just about on the verge of going 4-3 behind. Yeah, that's what happens. And yeah, at the moment, Alfie's kind of carrying his partner. Most of the winners have been coming off the racket of Hewitt.
Yeah, they have, and you were saying earlier how the British pair tended to be targeting De La Puente, but I think they've now realised that maybe Gordon isn't just quite on top form, so I think they're doing exactly the same thing, which is the right idea. You've got someone who isn't necessarily playing their best, you just got to pick on them until it changes, don't you, as mean as that sounds.
Yeah, view spot any kind of deficiency in a pairing. Okay, well, Alfie seems to be getting the ball back and seems to be making most of the winners. Forget him, try and take him out of the equation. If Gordon plays himself back into form, so be it, but maybe just play on that.
Yeah, don't change the tactics, and well, they say don't stop doing something unless it's broken, and at the moment playing on Gordon Reed is absolutely working for them, and you know, up to Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reed to try and find something different. I don't know, maybe Gordon just needs a little bit more shape on the shots, a little bit more margin, whatever it might be, but
shot selection is fine, it's the execution.
Yeah, absolutely, and sometimes it just is like that. Sometimes you're on a day where it's just not quite working, and Alfie's obviously had a match this morning indoors, so he's probably a little bit more used to the conditions. Gordon maybe just had the warm-up this morning, so just still trying to ease his way in.
3-4. Hewitt to serve.
Better from Alfie Hewitt. A bit more aggressive again, using a little bit more width on the ball. Yeah, double out of the blue from Hewitt. So he doesn't hold back on the serve, always likely to happen, both in singles and doubles. That's his first. That was so close on the baseline, that first one, wasn't it? I think Fernandez just saying to the umpire as well, he thought it was long, and I have to say from my position I did, but thankfully for them, Gordon then went on to miss the next forehand.
Well, by the time he twisted and turned in his chair, Fernandez, there's no way he was going to get to that. Very posthumous move towards it. Point for all. We've got some bad news for Mr. Hewitt.
Can I guess what it's about?
Mm-hmm.
Does it potentially have something to do with a certain football team?
Could be.
Quite possibly.
Could be.
I'm going to take a guess that they're probably not leading.
You'd be correct in that assumption.
Plenty of time to turn it around, like they have here as well.
Well, certainly with those deep forehands, mainly landing inside the baseline, it's causing Hewitt and Reed a few problems right now. Another break point for 5-3. This is not how the crowd here expected this to go, nor indeed I suspect the Wimbledon champions either.
You were asking me yesterday what are the fundamentals of a good doubles pairing. I said communication, but also energy as well. Those are probably the two key things, and at the moment you'd have to say that De La Puente and Fernandez have just got more energy out here. There's a little bit more intensity, and we're normally used to seeing that from Hewitt and Reed. They just haven't managed to get anything going yet. Just one mistake after the other.
Yeah, their A game has been left in the locker room at the moment. That can appear at any moment, but at the moment they're so below the standards they set themselves. And they've given the opponents a chance of a 5-3 lead again. That'll make you feel better. Little fist pump. Just a point. That gets them going. Just take one. You feel you're in rhythm. Back to juice. That is what he can do, and that's the kind of tempo and pace that Fernandez can set.
Echoed off the racket, didn't it, after that smash? Luckily for Hewitt, he was just being able to move out the way of the ball. Would have liked it take a hit by that smash.
Nothing is easy for the British pair right now. Whatever they're trying isn't quite working. Yeah, and that kind of underlines it for me. I was talking about the Hewitt's game, saying maybe it was slightly better than Gordon Reed's, but that service game kind of belies that, as the Spanish-Argentine combination go into a 5-3 lead and have a chance to serve for the first set. Who saw this coming?
I definitely didn't. It just feels like there's been a little bit of an indecision in the pair of Hewitt and Reed. Just they're questioning their shots. They just don't look like they're committing, especially like they did in the first set of their match yesterday. Everything just seemed free-flowing, instinctive.
Yeah, that might get them going. That might be the point that just lights the fire. I gotta say, both De La Puente and Fernandez are putting so many balls on the line right now, either sidelines or baseline.
But not only the accuracy that they're getting, but also the kick off the court, the pace they're hitting. It's pretty relentless at the moment, isn't it?
You got that advantage. I'm going to back it up. Much be allowing the number 1 seeds to edge back into this first set. Key point here.
Unlike earlier, when he was hitting those away for winners, that one just goes in the net. And again, just anytime they've just had little opportunities, it's just been an unforced error that's come off the British pair's racket.
No, never in position for that. Was playing behind Fernandez. By the time De La Puente had realised it's going to have to be his ball, he scampered, but was never able to get that ball under control. So 2 break points for Hewitt and Reed to bring it back to 4-5. But that's the way to answer it.
Yeah, it is. Really cut around the outside of the ball, got the pace as well. Just always moving away.
Yeah, that's putting it away with alacrity.
Interesting that the last couple of points they've chosen to have Fernandez moving forward to the net. Really haven't seen that throughout this opening set. They've chosen to play both back, but obviously that's a clear and obvious thing that they're looking to do. Had success there. They're going to go for the same plan now.
2 points away, potentially, from their first ever set against Hewitt. Oh, that is set point. Yeah, they were very much lopsided in that rally. Everything was happening on the right-hand side. And once they committed to that, there was a big gap between the 2 players. Exploited, bringing Reed and Hewitt back to juice. Long game, this one.
Right move to make though from Fernandez. Just didn't quite execute the volley, but you can see he's really looking to make moves at the net, putting the pressure on. And that time just couldn't quite pull it off, and now all of a sudden Reed and Hewitt have another break point.
Well, ball went long. There was a bit of indecision between the Argentine-Spanish pair there, so who was going to take that early ball on? A slight exclamation from De La Puente, and they were on the verge of taking a 6-4 first set, as it is. The combination of Reed and Hewitt fought back to bring it back to level terms, because they've still got to serve out the set. Now, I know I've tempted you and tormented you and teased you for a while. I can tell you, at Carroll Road, approaching half-time, a couple of minutes to go, it is Norwich City 0, Hull City 1.
Yeah, don't tell Alfie that. That one won't add to his mood out here.
Well, luckily, he's far enough away that he won't hear it. There's a hole up a banner, he can see it over the top of the commentary position, but yeah, I conceded quite early on. So, first day proper, really, of the championship. There was a game last night, but first full day, and he'll be hoping that Norwich City can get off to a winning start. Indeed, hoping the magic double today wins the doubles, and the Canaries can fly home with 3 points, but at the moment, neither are happening as things stand. So, all comes down to serve now. Serve Gordon Reed, 4-5. He's had problems on his serve up to this stage.
He hasn't held serve, has he, by my reckoning?
No, he hasn't. What was the problem there?
I think he made a call and then he corrected himself straight away. So, but I'm not sure actually any of the 4 players heard him. But first serve again. Just clarifying to the crowd as well. There's a few confused faces otherwise.
Confused faces up in the commentary box as well. Oh, that was a very ambitious slice, which worked, but that skimmed off the top of the net.
Normally we see those from Gordon Reed, don't we?
Yeah.
But De La Puente taking a leaf out of the Scotsman's book, with a little helping hand from the net cord.
Just a bit too much brawn, not enough brain on that shot. Just hoiked it wide of the tram lines. Idea was good, execution not. Another bullet right down the middle, and when he gets hold of them, they stay hit.
Yeah, they do.
So pressure again on the Reed serve. And Fernandez has every right to be annoyed because he managed to obtain a lost cause there. And a much easier shot for his partner. He managed to shank into the next court.
I love the oohs and ahs from the crowd though as well. They're just really getting involved.
Inside out backhand, very effective.
You can see as well from the body language just off camera there. Shoulders a little bit slumped, the frustration written all over Gordon Reed's face.
Second set point for De La Puente and Fernandez. Fernandez, rather. Puts it away, and that will be the first set.
What a point to finish the set as well. They bossed it from start to finish, and De La Puente puts it away with aplomb, and a little bit of a shell-shocked reaction around here from the crowd. They did not expect that first set to go the way it did, but really impressive stuff from the Spanish-Argentine pairing. They came out all guns blazing, and just look at those stats as well. And again, high percentage of first serves for Reed and Hewitt, and as well won more points, but they just struggled at the crucial moments, didn't they? Especially Gordon Reed on his serve didn't hold once in that opening set.
Well, they've never been in this position before against this combination. Well, they played very often, only their 8th meeting. I think Gordon's going to go for a comfort break. Where is he? I know he's just coming around the net post. Or is he? Yes,
both
he
of
is.
them.
Yeah, they're both going to go. A little bit to think about, to be honest, because they would have had a game plan. They'd have a plan, I guess, combination they've beaten fairly comfortably most often in their encounters. This one's a very different kettle of fish.
Yeah, I think it's quite clever that they're going off and just taking a little bit of time to regroup. Just got to try and find a way to forget about that first set, don't they? Almost, this is the start of the match now. What are we going to do here? What is our plan of action moving forwards?
They beat them on grass. Most recently encounter a few weeks ago at Wimbledon, 7-5, 6-3 in the semi-finals. On clay. First set went to a tie break, and then they won 7-5 in the second, so that wasn't particularly easy for them. But on hard court all the way through, they've had mostly quite easy success. 6-2, 6-2, 6-2, 6-1. Got a bit harder in Rotterdam, 7-5, 6-4. And then a tie-break win in the Cajun Classic earlier this year on hard court, 6-2 in the second. As I mentioned, in 7 encounters between this combination. There's never been a set won by De La Puente and Fernandez until now. So a slightly different game plan for Hewitt and Reed. All right, so you're their coach, their respective coaches. What do you do? Set 2.
I think if you're in the Hewitt and Reed camp, I think you just say that you've got to execute it, tidy it up a little bit more. There's just way too many errors, especially off the Gordon Reed racket. He just looks a little bit indecisive. They've got to back themselves, and I think they've also got to think about all the matches they've played, all the titles they've won, all the tricky situations that they've come back from. They've got so much confidence in the locker, don't they? They just need to fall back onto that a little bit more, but I think just go back to the basics, do what they do best. And I think for me the biggest thing that they're going to have to change is the energy. we're so used to seeing them as a pair, Alfie getting fired up, even Gordon getting fired up as well, and just feel like it's been a bit flat all round, don't you?
What they need to do is what Norwich City have done against Hull City. Norwich City won, Hull City won. Half time.
Maybe that will cheer him up a little bit if he telepathically can.
It, but yeah, that's where they need to be in the next 25 minutes to half an hour. They need to be back at 1-1. So rare that they get taken to 3 sets. Even in Grand Slams, they tend to get the job done in 2.
First couple of games will be really important as well. They've got to stamp their authority a little bit more on this match. Puente and Fernandez have got the confidence. You can see them going out of the chair first. They're the ones who are ready.
Yeah, for the most part, Alfie's game has been quite steady. Gordon has certainly been well below the level that we expect to see from him. Too many unforced errors, too many mistakes. Normally well-honed forehand, been dumping things in the net far too often for their liking. And, well, he's got to get that serve working as well. 3 times he served, 3 times has been broken.
I wonder if they're going to stick with the same pattern of Gordon serving first when they do get the chance of this next change of ends, or if they're going to mix it up a little bit and Alfie might start off, but most importantly they're going to want to try and break the De La Puente serve here. Try and get a good start for the top seeds.
Yeah, plenty to think about. Crowd fully behind them, as you might expect, in the 2 Brits. De La Puente will start the serves in the second set. He can't bounce it off the roof. That just went vertically. Just arrived back at his racket from whence it came. Set me off today, I think, again. It was a backhand this time, but that was so far out. Sure, this has absolutely nothing to do with the way he's playing today, but after they won their semi-final yesterday, he did get stung by a bee, the Gordon Reed. I just wonder.
Oh, you never know. There's always these little things that can affect players.
So he was in a bit of pain for a while before he came away from the court last night.
I'm not surprised. I've had a couple of those in my time and they're not comfortable at all.
Not happening for them.
they're still flat, aren't they? It's just the energy as well. You look at them not changing ends as a pair either, sort of a bit of disparity, and they just need to find that combination and working together again, and what we're so used to seeing.
I think that's why the crowd is so quiet, is that they expected it to be probably a cakewalk, pretty fairly straightforward. Wouldn't have expected this scoreline, and probably they're thinking what we're thinking is, we haven't seen this before. We haven't seen this for a long, long time. Every time we see them at high-profile events like this, or Wimbledon, or Roland Garros, or wherever it might be, clay, hard court, grass, always bring their A game. It's probably not even a C game at the moment.
No, it's not, and sometimes the crowd need these guys to give them the energy, and maybe today it's vice versa. They need the crowd to give them energy, but it's tough. They haven't really given them anything to work with.
New balls, see if that has change in fortune.
Still sticking with Gordon, opening the serve again. A bit more bite on that backhand, wasn't there? A bit more racket head speed. It's a confident looking shot.
There's a bit more buzz on that one.
Yeah, it looked like it just came off the racket, didn't it? Flew off the strings.
Well, eventually a point for Hewitt and Reed, but that went on much longer than it should have done. There was a fairly easy, certainly by Hewitt's standards, put away right in the middle of that rally, and didn't happen.
No, he chose to go down the middle. Sometimes he tends to try and angle the volley off, but that time he did. But someone was there covering, got it back, and like you say, just prolonged the rally a little bit. Just body weight was pulling off it, wasn't it? If you looked when he hit that, the weight was just falling off to the side.
A lot of chatting between the Argentine and the Spaniard. Watch out, the cakes are on their way.
Favourite part of the day. Okay, in our defence we haven't actually had lunch, so cakes are well deserved. Floating long again off that backhand slice.
Talk about slices, I can just see the pair of layer cakes now.
You've got your eyes on those cakes, haven't you?
Certainly have. I'll go very quiet on commentary for the next few minutes while I go and investigate. Wait till the end of this game.
It's my teamwork, don't worry, I'll carry on. Tag team on the cake duty.
So that's like a test match special there. Yeah, just pulled up off that.
A little added pace on the Alfie Hewitt forehand as well, just maybe forcing the error there from Fernandez.
Right. somewhere we've not been so far. Game point on the Reed serve. Well, he twisted himself out of his wheelchair nearly there. Went left, went right. Almost carved a groove into the court. He was moving so much. Anyway, however they managed to do it, they managed to get through that game. Gordon Reed's got his first service hold, and we're at 1-1 in the second. Over to you, Anna, go and retrieve the cakes from the corner.
Much appreciated, Bob. Thank you. Maybe that can just be the catalyst that they need to get something started there. Just looked a little bit more confident in that game, was a little bit more assertive. Really smart shot there from Puente.
And basically, he was the only person on the court when he started that move, because Fernandez was just retrieving himself in the car park.
I do like that point. I know Alfie and Gordon lost that point, but I do like it. They used a little bit more width to open up the spaces. I think they're trying to go down the middle a bit, a fraction too much. Got a bit predictable.
Yeah, down the middle worked this time though, because there was a big gap between Fernandez and De La Puente, and they were able to capitalize. Yeah, just long.
Crowd just getting involved a little bit, aren't they? They're making a little bit more noise. And maybe just sense a shift in the tide here, especially if Hewitt and Reed can get this point.
Yeah, break point on the serve. And the hit by Alfie Hewitt. Yeah, just the body language from actually both of them. Gordon's tends to be fairly phlegmatic at the best of times, but you know how Alfie's thinking and feeling. At the moment, he's getting a bit brassed off with how things are going. Certainly will be now.
You can tell he's trying to make something happen though, isn't it? Like in that point, hit the return, try to come forward. Tough half volley to pick up though.
We chat to the coaching team in the corner. So it's just not happening for them, and it's not. Ooh, no. I'd love to have had that back again. hit that massively. They've been hitting the lines, both sideline and baseline, quite regularly, these two, but that wasn't even close. Back to deuce, 1-all deuce. First set to Spanish and Argentine.
First time they played it this way around with De La Puente, the one who's looking to come forward, and they got exactly what they wanted. De La Puente got the forehand volley, just wasn't able to hit it short enough, and again just went through the middle, angled it away from Fernandez. Another break point. Second serve to look at.
Yeah, he was going to put that away. Time to think, time to place it, and time to just put enough behind it. There was no way that Alfie Hewitt was going to get that back.
One thing that has been noticeable, we talked about it yesterday, communication and how loud they normally are. We haven't heard anywhere near as much today.
Yeah, big vamos from Fernandez. He believes they can go and win this.
You'd have to say, why not? You've got to make the most of it when a pair like Hewitt and Reed aren't top form. This is the best chance that they're going to get their first victory on the board.
I do believe Fernandez is getting louder with every point. And we've had a lot of vamoses recently. There's another to add to the collection. And again, they get their noses in front in set 2. Pattern not changing a great deal.
No, not really. If you're De La Puente and Fernandez, I don't think you should. Everything that they've been doing so far is working. I think in the Hewitt and Reed camp it has been a little bit better. Again, it's just had some chances. It's not like they've not created chances. It's just on those break points they've had, it's been sloppy errors really that have cost them. Again, the energy probably a little bit down on what we would expect to see, but again, I just think when you're watching them in full flow, they're just a bit more aggressive, they're a bit more assertive, they're opening up the court a little bit better, they're finding the spaces, and I just think they've been a little bit too predictable so far today.
And you made the point about them coming out eager, out first. Reed and Hewitt still sitting there, having a little chatter, have a little natter, trying to work out how they change the momentum, how they swing things round now, because they're still up against it. Set down, 2-1 down, well, it's going with serve, but any moment if that becomes 3-1, things look very different. Now for Hewitt to serve. They're just not missing. they're just not missing right now. All those shots when it comes to pulling the trigger. Fernandez in particular is right on top of his game. That's what he needs, maybe. Gordon Reed. Just get him, and indeed the crowd, motivated and get encouraged, because that was the best shot he's played in a long, long time. That was an indeterminate shot from Fernandez. Wanted to take it on the volley, then kind of pulled out of it, and then that kind of brain cramp a bit.
Yeah, we all have those brain freeze moments. I think he wanted to be aggressive, which was the right shot, but then it sort of dropped a little bit quicker than I think he thought, and then all of a sudden he was like, I'm either going to have to take this as a half volley or a low drive volley, and it sort of ended up not really either or.
I don't think the noise in court 4 helped Alfie much there. Got rather noisy. See how much has been completed. But he was trying to get his head around his serve and didn't quite work. Anyway, 30 all. 1-2. Still not out of the woods on this one yet. Look at his face. That kind of hold the pose moment. And he was going, I knew what I wanted to do, just wasn't able to do it. So, 0.422. Was long, just, and that will mean parity in set number 2. It's hard work though for the world number ones and number 1 seeds here. Not going their way, but they've clawed their way back to 2-2 after succumbing to their first set ever against this pair in the first set. Now, see what's going to happen on Puente's serve.
Much better from Gordon. Held it well there, and again just using the angles a little bit better, opening up the space of the court. And I'm not saying they have to use it all the time, but when you just go down the middle of the court, it's easy for the opposition to just protect that middle space. You've got to add a little bit of uncertainty. That's just what they're starting to do.
Nice touch. I was about to observe that when he was starting to unfold that Fernando was staying very deep right against the curtain, and then suddenly it was like somebody just flicked a switch and into the net I'll come. And that ultimately kept that rally a bit shorter. Ooh, gave it too much. Gave it too much. Idea was right.
It was. Cut under it so nicely, and it was just fractions wide. Door slightly ajar here now for Gordon and Alfie.
Well, these two are not just playing Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reed, they're playing the crowd as well. Every little morsel that goes away with the Brits getting cheered to the rafters.
The British pair need that though, don't they? Every ounce of energy they can get from the crowd to fire them up. Sometimes that's what gets you through these matches, isn't it?
Still game point, 40-30.
Is there any update on the Norwich score?
Still 1-1. That's midway through the second half for those who care. Against Hull City. Acrobatics with the racket there from De La Puente. Yes, they love it. That's got them applauding and excited. And it brings best through. I should, by the way, in respect of balance, mention that Gordon Reed's team, Rangers, play Kilmarnock at 5:15, so we can't give you updates for him because they don't kick off till 5:15. There you go.
I'm sure he'll be hoping that they'll have got the trophy in their pocket by that time, but they might not quite. But this is a good step in the right direction, and there's a big roar from Alfie Hewitt. Maybe this is just what they needed. They're just digging in. It's not their best tennis, but sometimes you have those days where you've just got to find a way. You've got to put an extra ball in the court. You've got to find a way, throw yourself around in the chair, get it get it done, and maybe that's what they just need to do today. It's not going to be pretty.
No, just get the job done. Find your A game. They're moving probably from C into B now. It's not the aesthetic we're used to seeing when they hit dizzy heights of the Grand Slams. They've won here twice before, and they'll be looking to make this number 3, but they've still got a lot of work to do that, to even level this match up, having lost the first set. Hewitt and Reed has had one service hold now. Here he is back on the balls again at 3-2 in the second. That was very canny work by Gordon Reed. Waited for Fernandez to make his move, and as he worked his way into the court, the ball went straight behind him. That's more like it. We waited a while for something like that. There it is. A forehand into the tram lines. Trademark of Alfie Hewitt finally coming out of its wrapper. He's not going to get there, is he? Well, he is. I think during that rally, probably every square inch of court was covered by somebody. And as he was, all four corners and all four sides at each end pretty much looked after. And results 30-15. Gordon Reed back on serve. How's your brownie?
If you're not careful and don't go for that second one, I'm going to have to eat it. It was.
It's going with me, I tell you.
To be fair, there are two other cakes as well.
Beautiful. Maybe Alfie Hewitt will agree with me when I say that. But from a Fernandez and De La Puente point of view, that was absolutely precision. Pressure again on the Reed serve. 3-2, 30 all. Yeah, beautifully served point again. This time by the Spaniard. Directly back at Gordon Reed's chair. Reed could only do a defensive reaction And then open up the court for the put away. And here we are again with a break point against the Reed serve. Now, where's he go and what's he do with it?
I'd say slider out wide and then look for the middle of the court. That must be one of the best points that Gordon Reed's played today. Like I said, use the slider out wide down the middle to then open up the space and use that off forehand.
Not been easy in any respect for Gordon Reed, his serve today. Still hasn't secured this game yet. Yeah, that's what we expected. That's what we normally expect, anyway, what we normally see from Alfie Hewitt. He has two players in very different parts of the court. Just bisect them, and that's what he did. Advantage to the British pair. Bring it to 4-2. Overcompensated because he, on the service return, he didn't get it fully flush on the strings. So to make up for that, the next shot ballooned out. 4-2. Got their noses in front at the last.
Sure, they'll be pushing for another break of serve as well. You almost feel as if they need that cushion, don't you? One break just might not quite be enough to get them over the line in this second set.
Well, Fernandez to serve at 2-4 to Alfie Hewitt. Do it again. Right between the two of them. Landed it just inside the baseline. The tactic is working pretty well at the moment. The only person who actually doesn't make much noise on court is Gordon Reed. Alfie with his trademark sound like he's about to burst into song. And the other two just yelping, basically.
I actually never thought about that with Alfie, but now I can't unhear it.
It's always karaoke tunes, maybe that's it. Did you have any strange tics like that? Did you make any noise at all?
Oh, I think I probably did. Not intentionally. I had a few habits that I used to do, like...
I don't think we want to know about those.
I meant on the tennis court,
right,
obviously.
Okay. Fine. Okay, well, when we get to the next change of ends, which is coming at the end of this, you can tell us all about it. fact, it happened now. So that's the lead extended to 5-2. And looks like Hewitt and Reed are starting to make some tracks and starting to work their way towards tying this match up. All right. On court, well, it'll be superstitions, but things that you did on a regular basis.
I suppose maybe you could call them superstitions. Well, so at the change of ends, when I walked past the net post, I would tap the butt of my racket on the top of the net post every time I changed ends.
Have you done that since juniors, or was that a senior thing?
No, I've done that for years, to be fair. I'm not really sure why it started or where it came from. It just sort of became a habit, and then every time, and if I forgot, I'd have to go back, and it looked a bit strange. Didn't walk on the lines either. Again, a lot of tennis players do that. What else? I had to, if I wore one outfit and I won in that outfit,
right.
I would have to wear the same outfit. So
Would you clean it?
Yes, of course.
No, you say of course. That's not an of course, really.
No, I would absolutely.
Some people go, actually, I'll have it in the state it's in now, and when I lose, I'll stick it in the washing machine.
No, definitely not. Hygiene was always top priority. So I was lucky enough, I got clothes, so I would wear the same dress, the style of dress, and then there would be multiples of it, so it would definitely be hygienic and I wouldn't smell bad.
Good. Nice to know. Nothing much has changed since she came to the commentary box. She still smells fragrant. Yes, didn't win it. Well, that would have been very cheeky if you managed to actually get some purchase on that, get it back over the net, but wasn't to be. 3 points away from tying this match up. Well, all of a sudden, Puente and Fernandez are in defensive mode. They're staying incredibly deep.
Yeah, they are. They backtrack from what was working for them, and I think it's a mixture of them suddenly becoming a little bit passive, but also Reed and Hewitt being a little bit more aggressive. That combination has just changed this second set around.
Still the odd error and mistake, though, creeping in, which is not making it a comfortable procession to the end of this second set. Oh, brilliant. Brilliant. And the raised fist towards the crowd and getting the reception from former players and current players, and support staff who are absolutely thrilled. That brings up set point. He dumps it into the net, does Fernandez, and that means we have parity in the final. Taking a while for Reed and Hewitt to get there, but they are there.
And what a comeback that was in that second set. You thought for a minute they'd just be down and out, but they showed their grit and determination, and all of a sudden they stepped up a level, didn't they? 85% of first serves in, huge difference there. Again, numbers on the first serve points one going up as well, and you can look at tactics and everything like that, but I think it, like I said, it just comes down to grit and determination, doesn't it? And that inbuilt confidence they have from winning so many matches together, that they believe that they can turn any situation around.
So it wasn't just my imagination, but Fernandez and De La Puente were getting a bit more passive, were getting deeper and deeper, where they've been very much on the front foot in the first set.
Yeah, as I
slightly
said,
less than the second.
Yeah, I think it probably was just a combination, like I said, of Gordon and Alfie just being a little bit more aggressive, being a little bit, maybe taking a few more risks in a few more rallies. I think they realised that that's what they needed to do, and maybe De La Puente and Fernandez just saw the finishing line and backed off a little bit, hoped for a few more errors from Gordon and Alfie that just didn't come this time.
Yeah, obviously there weren't as many errors. The serve starting to click for both Hewitt and Reed. He's had his issues and his problems today, but the crowd behind them. Big job now for the Spanish-Argentine combination to get their noses back in front after taking that first set 6-4. British pair have responded with a 6-2 second set, so we are set for the third set. And this is the championship tiebreak. Double fault's not a good way to start when you've got a minimum amount of points to play with.
No, but you've still got enough time when you're playing first to 10. But I don't know if you noticed as well at that change of ends, that was the first time that Alfie and Gordon had come out first. Just change of body language from both of them. They sense that they've suddenly got the momentum. They want to take full advantage of that. And that double fault will really help them as well.
They reclaim that break straight away. Yeah, exclamation, big sigh from Fernandez. That ball left his racket, so he needed it on the plate. Or the British pair to finish it off. And they did. Oh, nobody's actually held their serve yet.
No, they haven't. You always talk about in the tiebreak, your job is to keep your side of the scoreboard ticking over on your serves and try and sneak a mini breaker serve here or there.
It's the first one that does go with the server. 3-2 on the Hernandez racket. Fernandez racket, so I'll keep doing that. I think it's the Hernandez hideaway. It's actually Fernandez. 3-2. Back the first time, wasn't coming back again. He was making sure that angle was just too acute. Now the quick, he is in the chair. Fernandez is quick in the chair. He wasn't getting to that.
You just saw as well, or I was just looking down at Alfie once he'd hit that shot and he just turned to Gordon and he had that steely determination, didn't he? He gave him that fist pump and that facial expression as well. They are not going to give up their title, are they?
Yes! Puente right into the corner. There's no way that was going to be retrieved. So they're hanging in there. Four-three. First 10 with an advantage of 2. I didn't quite understand that. Early part of that rally, Fernandez was on the right-hand side of the court. The ball seemed to be his, and he gave it to De La Puente. And I just thought, actually, that was your ball, wasn't it?
I think De La Puente was so adamant that he was going to take the ball, though. I think there was no stopping him. It was like a runaway train.
Didn't, and they got punished. Oh, the rackets on the head of De La Puente, because that should have been put away. Have an open court.
And also, I think it was millimeters on the back edge of the line. Could have easily been called out. Probably went a little bit closer to the line.
Shouldn't have got to that situation in the first place.
No, not at all.
5-4 then. Advantage back with the Britons. of a loopy first serve there from Gordon Reed. Ball's on the court. I think I have to replay the point.
I think maybe the British pair got a little bit lucky there. They were not in charge of that at all. Unfortunate. De La Puente and Fernandez.
Yeah, too short. Our reply from Fernandez. And Hewitt says, thank you. That's my meat and drink. And away it goes. No further shots required.
Made the most of that little bit of luck with that replaying the point, didn't they? Made no mistake with that forehand. And again, it's just come to prominence in the last 20 minutes or so. When you thought Hewitt and Reed were pulling away, but unforced error creeps in again. Still would like to put my money on which way this tiebreak's going to go.
No real pattern to it so far. 6-5 now. That's with the horse back with the Argentine. I do not believe De La Puente can get much louder than he is right now.
He's trying to set him a challenge.
He is so noisy. And Fernandez is very noisy, but De La Puente, the noise abatement society will be over here in the shot.
I think all players have gone up a decibel or two, haven't they?
He's gone up by about 20.
They know how important this is. They're straining every sinew to get that over the line.
If he doesn't have a sore throat tomorrow morning, I would be surprised. 6-all though. And no nearer finding or resolving this men's doubles final in Nottingham. But we are playing indoors because it has been rainy all day. Forecast for tomorrow for singles finals is much more encouraging, so hopefully we'll be back on centre, but we're on court 2 indoors for this one. There's still a few twists and turns yet. Well, that decisive move in the right direction for Reed and Hewitt. 2-point advantage with just 2 more needed. They can keep that 2 space between the couples.
can hear from the crowd's reaction as well. It's just a little groan.
A lot of oohs and ahs. Not getting the result from that point they wanted. 8-7. Now it's on the racket of De La Puente. 7-8. Step ladder to climb over the top of the net.
I thought it was just going to sneak over, but didn't quite manage it. Getting pegged back again. He thought that 2-point advantage was going to be crucial, but they fought back and still could go either way.
No, it wasn't. Don't think it was.
I thought it looked in.
Looked in to me.
It wasn't the hardest serve either. I thought the line just had a bit more time to call it, but overruled by the umpire.
Oh no, too late, going for that slice. Just was never in position. Had the racket at full stretch and just couldn't get that slice under control.
Just let it drop a fraction too much. The pace wasn't on it, just wasn't able to get under the ball enough and get it over the net. And the first match point, championship point, I should say, for the top seeds.
Right. Been in this position so many times. Actually, they haven't, because they don't do championship tie breaks very often, to be honest, but here is one. 9-8 championship point on the racket of Hewitt and Reed. Could have done with the first serve, but they're going to stay back. They're not putting pressure on yet. Gone well long too. 9-all. So they've got to get a 2-point advantage.
I don't know if you saw there as well when Gordon was serving. Normally he takes 3 balls and puts a couple in the chair, but because of what happened in the previous point where the ball fell out of his chair, if another one had fallen out, they would have lost the point.
Trying to regroup. Little pit stop for the Brits. I think either the Argentine or the Spaniard took any liquid on board. And we are right at the nub, the sharp end of this championship tie break. 9-all. They've had match and championship point. They don't have it any longer. It's 9-all. They're still with Hewitt and Reed. No, give them that too much. And championship point number 2. This time it'll be on the serve of the number 2 seeds rather than the number 1 seeds. That'll do it. Oh, they need hard work of it, but they have done it. And, well, they've been in this position so many times. They know how to do it. They know down the stretch, but they were put through their paces all the way through. Lost the first set for the first time against this combination, but ultimately, as they so often do, they found the resources, they found the wherewithal, and once again, it is Hewitt and Reed who are the British Open champions.
How they turned that match around. You really didn't see it happening after they'd lost that first set. They didn't have their form. Just thanking the crowd, because I really think that they helped them through, especially in that final set breakup. They gained so much energy from them. And again, that just keeps proving time and time again what champions they are, to be able to turn that around. They've got so much belief, and it's great to see Gordon finish with that winner on that last point. He struggled in that match, but on his best when he needed to.
Well, I'm looking at the faces of the winners, but I'm also looking at the face of De La Puente, who has that kind of look about, that could have been ours, should have been ours.
I think you're right when you say should have. They just dropped off their level, didn't they? They had it in their palm of their hands or on their racket, but they just got a little bit too defensive when they needed to really just keep pushing. But that's what happens in tennis, unfortunately. These things happen, momentum shifts, and this time it just didn't quite go their way, and it's been a pretty tough day at the office for both of them, hasn't it?
Yeah, because Fernando's lost his semi-final to Joachim Gerard earlier today. And the Spaniard went out to Alfie Hewitt in straight sets, so it will be the Belgian up against the Brit in the men's singles final tomorrow. Yeah, hard day at the office, but they made it a very good and very watchable final.
The crowd were thoroughly entertained, as were we. The way that it just switched up at the end, and it was great to see both players playing all of their tennis, or their best tennis, I should say, in that match tiebreak. It really was a spectacle, and such a great way to end the doubles event here.
No, eventually a smile on the Spaniard's face. It's taken a while, but he's contributed greatly, as has so Fernandez as well. A terrific, really good final. Not what we expected. I think a lot of people rocked up here expecting a nice straight sets victory. 6-4, 6-4, 6-3, 6-3, something like that. Got a bit of a rude awakening.
I think I was just looking at Gordon Reed as well, and there was a huge sigh of relief from him, and a big smile of Alfie Hewitt towards the camp, just in that top left-hand side of your picture, all in blue.
Checking football scores.
Will he be happy?
Will he be happy? Yes, he will. They won 2-1.
Just the top of the day.
Well, I think they're still playing, but it says 2-1 on my score. Yeah.
96th minute. You'd hope there's not going to be any more drama, but he will be a happy guy when he comes off the court in both aspects.
All right, now you probably won't hear much of the presentation, but I'll try and keep as quiet as I can, because you can detect a little bit. About the officials and indeed the drivers who get us backwards and forwards from our hotel to the Nottingham Tennis Centre. Thanks to them. And all kinds of weathers this week. we'll just say the forecast for tomorrow for the singles finals, quad women's and men's. Looks pretty set fair, so I hope it's right. We'll be back outside for the finals on the last day. Well, these two certainly played more than their part in the final, made it a final, and made it very competitive, and we really didn't know till the very, very end which way it was going to go. They had their chances. Could easily have been a very, very different result today. But they took a set off Reed and Hewitt. They've never done that before. Gives them a little margin, maybe a moral victory in a way, as they move forward to when they play again. Could easily be at the US Open in a few weeks' time, and they'll have a little something in the memory bank to say, well, we can do it, and we can compete with them. And we'll hear from both of them. Yeah, it's Fernando saying they'll be back next year. Spaniard saying it's raining, yeah, very true. Worthy runners-up, so nearly, not quite, the winners in 2023. And the crowd will be absolutely thrilled and delighted to see the next two coming across, because they are this year's champions for the third time in Nottingham. It's Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reed. Yeah, it's relentless, and nobody in this country will care if it's relentless. Winners at Queen's, winners at Wimbledon, and winners now in Nottingham. And in a few weeks' time, they hope to be winners again at the US Open. It was hard fought, hard earned. In fact, probably one of the hardest matches they've had in a while.
Yeah, Gordon said it there, didn't he? They really had to dig deep, and especially when you have the record that they have, not having lost a set against that pair as well. They'd have had a lot of confidence coming in, but full credit to De La Puente and Gustavo Fernandez. They pushed them, and they, to be fair, they probably were the better team for the majority of the match, but they just found a way through like they have done this whole summer. And you wouldn't bet against them at the US Open either, would you?
And still some more work to be done, as you heard, or maybe didn't hear, in the interview with Alfie. There's still a small matter of a singles title to be won and to be fought for. He's got big man, big Belgian to try and beat tomorrow. We'll have the quad singles, we'll have the women's singles, and then we'll have the men's singles with Malcolm Gerard, the opponent for Alfie Hewitt tomorrow. We'll leave you with these images for this Saturday indoors. Hopefully we'll be out in bright sunshine tomorrow. Back on with you at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning for the quad final, and then the women's final, the men's final, all brought to you on the final day of the British Open at Nottingham. And myself, Bob Ballard, thank you for your company today. So we haven't been able to bring it to you in the bright sunshine or indeed outdoors. I think you'll agree the quality of the test has been brilliant today, and hopefully it will be tomorrow. We'll see you on Sunday. Bye-bye.